Hello, hello. Hello, everybody. Hey, Cyberfart. Hello. Hello, Palo I. Okay, let's get an announcement. Okay, I wrote the announcements. I need to get something to drink. I think then we can start. By the way, there's a zine dedicated forum now. I created it yesterday. I think I mentioned it on stream, and then I decided to pull the trigger afterwards. And it was actually an extremely straightforward experience. So so far so good. And yeah, I just want to change a couple of things. So community name, community forum, chat with other users of Zine, update. We don't have a banner image. Hello, Andy Kurtz. Okay, so far so good. This is as much community management stuff I'm willing to do at the moment. But yeah, I made a well, you can see it linked here. You know what? I'll do this. And yeah, the idea is to move discussion about Zine away from Discord. I'm starting to disentangle myself from Discord slowly, a bit at a time. But I think that especially for something like Zine, a forum makes a lot of sense because, um, like if you're a Zig software engineer and you happen to be using Zine, then yeah, Discord, roughly speaking, is fine. Not for everybody, but you know, for most people, it's gonna be fine. And you're fine with a single chat channel, and you go there, maybe ask a little bit of help, and but then you mostly discuss, you know, GitHub issues, technical things. Um, but if you are a not Zig developer and you want to use Zine, I think that you would be happier with a more neutral ground, a place where people that just want to make websites can go to, and they don't necessarily have to be. Also, it's like the Discord channel is a channel in my Discord server, which is a server dedicated to writing programming in Zig. Not strictly, but you know, effectively, at least in good part. So people that just want to use Zine to make a website shouldn't have to join that. Okay. So, what are we doing now? I'm getting something to drink, and then we start. I guess I can put a countdown. Hmm. Okay. Also, I have something cool to show off. I think something cooler even the than the asset bundler, which I do think it's kind of neat. But visually speaking, it's not a huge demo. I have something visual to show. I'll be right back. Let me put a 5-minute countdown. Okay, 10-minute countdown. I'll be back though. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Oh, the Zing website is fighting me if I zoom in too much. Oh my god, this website. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So, flow control new editor. Well, it's been a while. I've been using it for a while, but yes, technically, yes, it is a yes, a new editor. Yeah, I switched away from Helix to it. I still use Helix style keybinds. Flow control out of the box. Well, I mean, out of the box it does it all, but the default config is kind of like Sublime VS Code, so non-modal, but you can go into your settings and enable modal editing. And modal editing is good. It's not something like bolted on top that uh, something bolted on top that is the always gonna be janky forever because it just fights the way the editor works. And it's nothing like that. I will say that the Helix keybinds are not perfect yet. So if you are used to those and you are hoping to come here and have a seamless experience, not there yet. But Neurosite has said that he is going to improve them a bunch in the near future. They are good enough for me, but I am definitely coming to it with a newcomer. No, sorry, with a early adopter mindset. So I'm fine with some breakage. Have you tried Cocoon? I'm glad somebody asked. I've tried Cocoon very briefly in the past. I ended up preferring Helix because I don't remember exactly the details, but at the time Helix was, I don't know, it just clicked very well for me. I liked the experience of it being decent out of the box without configuration. It worked. It crashed. Back when I was using it, when I started using it, it would still crash a lot. Like there were a bunch of unwraps. It's a Rust program, so it would unwrap errors, I think, a bit too eagerly, and so that would cause occasional crashes. But I had a good time, and honestly, I would still be using Helix if it wasn't that flow control is written in Zig by somebody that I know personally. It is comparably good to Helix. I'm the fact that it's Zig, I'm happy to support Zig projects, obviously, but also it has its own set of cool things, regardless. So all in all, they made it compelling enough for me. I do think that the fact that flow control supports multiple keybinds is good. Cocoon's keybinds. Well, by the way, look, Helix is Cocoon. Like the way that keybinds work in Helix, they are lifted from Cocoon. They are not an entire one-to-one, but like movement first, action second. That is exactly the same as Cocoon. Always having a selection active. It's Cocoon. So yeah, you're preaching to the choir. When will Zine be ready for production? Good question. I think it is already. So I think it is already because ultimately the problem scope of writing a static website is easy to assess. So the question is, okay, you have to write a website, right? Ideally, you know what your requirements are, and you can make an educated guess as to how they will evolve going forward. Also, you're choosing a static site generator, so you're already saying that your website is going to stay static. And maybe if there's anything that isn't static, it's going to be, tiny things embedded in places or a separate subsection of the website. In any case, there's if you're already on board with the idea that your website is going to be primarily a static website, or the section of the website that you're looking for is going to be static. Once you set that in stone, then you look at what Zine gives you in terms of features. You can see if it allows you to implement what it is that you want to implement. For example, you want to have tags to your posts. Can you add tags? The answer is yes. Can you find blog posts by tag? The answer is yes. Can you generate links to other pages? Yes. Can you personalize how the markdown gets rendered? To some degree. So you look at all of this, and then you decide if that fits your use case or not. And if it does, yeah, you're good to go. You can use it for production. Now, what about like stability and updates? Yes, updates will potentially bring breaking changes. So we are not a 1.0 version project yet. That is true. But it's a static site generator, so it's not like you really have to upgrade it all the time because you really could enjoy the more efficient HTML. That's not the thing, right? Maybe you want to upgrade Zig because a new version of the compiler supports new OSs, new OS versions, whatever, new features, produces better code, stuff like that. But as a static site generator, you generate HTML, it's fine. Then it is what it is. So the only thing that remains is, well, but what if a new version of Zine introduces breaking changes to the website, which is a great point. And the answer is, if you go to the changelog, this is the recommended upgrade procedure. You run Zig release with the Zine release with the old Zine. You run it with the new one, and then you diff them. And the diffing will tell you right away what has changed. And so you can do this. You cannot, you pretty much cannot do it with executables, but with static sites, yeah, you can totally look at the diff, because especially because it's expected to be almost entirely empty. So yeah, that's it. I think that in conclusion, Zine is pretty usable in production. Also, like when it comes to compiling it, you shouldn't even worry about compiling it, because you go to the download section and you have the pre-built executables that you can also fetch from CI using a GitHub action or a Codebug action. So, yeah. I'm sure that there might be some cases where you're writing something at a scale that is so big that all of these things can become major problems, and you want to have something that is, rock solid. Fair, absolutely. We're not there yet, but I would argue that for more than 80% of the static websites that exist out there, maybe even 90%, Zine as is today would be fine. I've been using stock Vim. I should try flow control just for the LSP support. LSP support is awesome. Another thing that I find nice is three-seater navigation, but it requires having good three-seater grammars, which you don't always have. So, for example, so here I selected a node. Then I'm going to go up with my selection. Okay, this is not great. Fucking markdown grammar, man. Okay, this works better with other stuff. Let me see if I can pull up some HTML. Okay, look at this. I can select the attribute content, well, value, then also the quoted string, then the full attribute, then the element, then the fuck am I selecting here? I don't know. That's three-seater going insane. Then you can select the all head element. You can also do a navigation. I don't remember all the keybinds, but you can also do like select next sibling. So three-seater based navigation of code is pretty good. It gives you like a very nice, but also general way of dealing with structured code. Because everything is structured code when you're a software engineer, essentially, except fucking Markdown, apparently. And so the concept of, extend the selection to the whole parent element, that's a concept that you can use in Zig to select, for example, the full argument of a function call. Even if the argument is complicated, it's multiple things. And then it transfers to HTML and transfers to, everything else. So yeah. Do you ever use a debugger when working with Zig? Yes, I do. What's your setup? LLDB. I just run LLDB. If you have debugger integration in your IDE, I guess it's on you to figure out how to make that work with Zig. Your editor might or might not know how to do that with Zig. So I don't know how that works, and I'm not claiming that it works seamlessly out of the box. In my case, what I do is that I don't have editor integration because I never really felt well, you know what? I wouldn't necessarily hate it, but I've never bothered with adding editors to the mix personally. So I've always been using LLDB from the CLI. So I just run LLDB. I either run the process. Oh my God. I either run the process and then I attach to it from the debugger, or I use the debugger itself to launch the program. And yeah, it works. And in general, and I say LLDB, but this is not just LLDB. You can use whatever debugger you want because we produce standard debug info. I will say that the debug info stuff is not fully figured out in the sense, that you will find that that debuggers don't yet all know Zig super well. So some will understand Zig idioms a little bit better than others. Also, the debug info that Zig generates, depending on the target, depending on a few variables, might be of higher or lower quality. These are all temporary things that going forward will be improved, obviously. But the point is, be aware that the experience is average. It's not perfect. It's average, but it's there, and yeah, and obviously going forward it will improve. I tried Flow after watching the screen. Too much distraction to my taste. Too much highlight, visitor-based highlights. Massive binary. Yeah, the massive binary stuff is fucking annoying, man. But that's the cost of doing business with Receitter. As for too much highlight, here's what I recommend. By the way, I agree on the too much highlight. I don't like it either. There's this concept in Flow. You can see it here, right? Where if I select some text, it automatically highlights all matching other instances of the same text in the document. It's a feature that you can disable. In my case, I didn't fully disable it. I essentially de-emphasized it, right? Before de-emphasizing it, I found it really problematic because I'm colorblind, and these other selections were as intense as my own main selection, but of a different color, but I couldn't tell. And so I never fucking knew which one was mine or not. I guess if you have the cursor, you can tell that you have the cursor. But in any case, it was annoying. So I de-emphasize them in my theme. Let's see. Command palette in your face every time you do :W. Yeah, that is. I think that is another thing that will be improved in the future, because here's how it works. Right now, :W is essentially a fancy keybind to a command in the command palette. And the point is that Flow right now doesn't have a real, I don't know, what do you call this thing? The command buffer. It has a name. I forget what it is. But it doesn't have a proper command buffer. And I think I remember fairly clearly Neurosite mentioning that he needs to implement the proper command buffer, because, for example, if you want to do also go to line, you command line, thank you. Yeah, you cannot cannot just type the number. You have to do go to line, and then you can do the number. And that's not how it should work, right? In model editors like Vim and Helix, you want to just be able to type the line number. So, yeah, that's a thing that will be changed in the future. That being said, I don't mind. I like seeing the command palette as I type stuff. I keep it on also in Helix. Okay. How big is my config? I have input mode Helix, a theme set, inline diagnostics, alignment set to left. Actually, I don't even know what this does. I think I was fucking with this setting, and then I don't think it does what I thought it would do. Enable format on save. initial find query, so like the default set of the search text box. This is also like a workaround because this needs to be implemented correctly for Helix. I disable the top bar. I disable auto completion because I don't like it. I want to turn it on manually, and that's it. Although, you know, occasionally this file, I occasionally found that the settings the neurosite gives you by default, they don't work. If only there was a way of having these settings, you know, tell you more about what they are, like have a description, have like a autocomplete for the possible options, that kind of stuff. Oh, you know what? Actually, an autocompletion for the possible options. We do not have that. Huh. The schema should have. No, wait. What the fuck am I saying? Yesterday we do autocompletion options. If something is an enum, we do autocomplete it. Never mind. I don't think Neurosite wanted the model editor. I think the Neurosite. Well, you know what? We should have the man speak for himself. But if I remember correctly, he mentioned that in the past he used either Vim or Emacs, if not both of them, for a very long time. So I believe that as of late he has stopped using model editors, but then he has extensive experience with them. So my point is that I guess this is probably right for himself. I guess at this point he doesn't want a model editor anymore. But I don't think he is, you know, somebody who is not interested at all, unaware of them, who is like adding those because users want those and that's it. I think that he wanted to essentially be able to support it all regardless. And then obviously you can see the preferences of the author reflected in what it is that gets priority in terms of polish. So, you know, that's always the case. Okay, can I show you all something cool? I've been working on railroad diagrams for Ziggy. Check this out. Jason, watch out because I'm coming for you. What's a Ziggy document? It's either a bracelet struct or a value. What's a bracelet struct? It's a collection of struct fields, comma separated struct fields with an optional trailing comma. A value can be null or bool, integer, float, bytes, enum, union, array, struct, dictionary. And bool is true, false. Look at this delicious horizontal choice railroad. Integer and float I haven't done. The actual specification of numbers and strings in Ziggy is the bane of my existence, but I'll get that done eventually. Then bytes. This is also not very well specified. But anyway, look at enum. An enum is a dot plus an identifier. And then there's this concept of no white space. So if you look at the JSON railroad diagrams, what they have in here is that they explicitly mention where white space can go. And I personally find it annoying. I find it noisy. I think it's nicer if white space was not explicitly mentioned. Although I will say in their version, there's not too much of that. Like, also, what the fuck is going on here? Value, then comma, then value, then comma, then value. Why is this? Oh, I guess because they had to put white space. Okay, let me like look at this and look at my equivalent of this. Array. I think I prefer mine. Can't start with a comma. No, but that part is fine. I still think that mine looks nicer. I'll be fair though. I say mine, but I generated them. I use somebody else's tool. There's a tool out there that does this. It's a Python/JavaScript library, and I am so tempted to port it to Ziggs just so that I can, you know, regenerate my SVGs every time I change the sources, and it's self-contained and it's not anything else. In any case, So why no arrows? Because the library doesn't give me arrows. That's the answer. So I didn't have decisional power over that. In any case, they have white space everywhere. While in my case, what I do is that I say the white space is implicitly allowed everywhere, and that the only things that don't allow white space is things that say no white space. Yeah, I can share a link. I am so tempted to implement this stuff in Zig. To be honest, though, like I'm seriously considering bumping this as the number one item and then doing the other like compression work at another point in time. In any case, check this out. We have. I mean, once you have railroad diagrams, you're good. You're a serious project at this point. Like Jason, step aside. um which, by the way, you know also what this means? That we are dangerously close to being able to spec Ziggy, because ultimately I need to finally figure out what to do with integers and floats and strings. Essentially, I have to decide whether to bite the bullet and accept JSON escapes and stuff, or whether to do something different. And once that is done, and same with numbers, although I think the numbers are more nuanced, because with strings, you necessarily have to either accept what JSON does or do what Zig does. There is no way of mixing the two. Or rather, I guess you can, but it's a dumb idea. It's a thoroughly dumb idea to mix the two. And but when it comes to numbers, we can define numbers as a superset of what JSON allows, because that means that we accept all the numbers from JSON, but then we can add our own stuff on top of it, which is, for example, base 16 numbers, base 8 numbers, binary numbers, underscores in the number. These are all things that I wanted to have. In any case, this all looks pretty good. I'm delighted with this. There's just more work to be done with it. I'm gonna push this. I'm gonna push and I'll also share links to the thing. So let me just do one thing. So you can see in the background that something changed, because now Zine is complaining that this has become diagrams. And then the menu also has become diagrams. The menu is in docs index. Also, check this out. I've done this thing where I'm defining my menu like this. I don't know. It works. So this becomes diagrams. And now you can see in the background that the page that I was on now doesn't exist anymore, because now it's diagrams. Okay. Bump railroads. Okay. Let me, I don't know, let me push this as is, even though it's a work in progress thing. I'm gonna put a warning. I guess we can just say this. Why do you not like block definitions directly under? Oh, this is a super annoying uh, parsing quirk that I cannot control because it's markdown. You see, the editor also agrees that without the space, that's not a heading. Oh shit! Wait, we don't have styling for this in this website, huh? We don't have styling for this, so okay. There's no point in doing this. Okay. So railroad diagrams. The website is this the project. So this repository also has a link to the online playground. So you can use the online playground to generate the diagram, and then you can. I was literally copy pasting the SVG from here into the website. Oops, this is also a link to the GitHub pages branch. Don't do that. Switch to the to the main branch, to the default branch, whatever that is. So, did we fail to deploy, bro? No, okay. Yeah. So now the Zig website has railroad diagrams listed in here. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, the way I am also generating this page is a crime against humanity, but it's just temporary. I really think that having a proper Zig tool for this, like a Zig library for generating them, is not a bad idea. Yeah, this library I think is really neat. I wish it had two features that it doesn't have. One being written in Zig, although to be fair, I'm saying this because I'm a Zig user, so it would be easier for me to modify. And the second is that I wish it had arrows. Other than that, it's pretty nice. Oh, also no, there's a third thing. It has its own like scripting language for defining these diagrams. And with all due respect, they suck. The language kind of suck in the sense that it doesn't have a ton of tooling for going for it. So, like, it's doable. There is some error reporting, so respect for that. But it is not, polished um, all the way through. Ironically, so here's where this gets super funny. Ironically, swapping their language, what is it? Swapping this language for a Ziggy document would be trivial. This is delightfully easy, expressible as a Ziggy document, and it would just work and inherit automatically all the features from Ziggy. So let me maybe explain a little bit more because this is gonna be pretty cool. So if you look at the README GitHub, please, it's a page. Please just load the page, GitHub. Hello, Sami. Um, GitHub, please. Okay, so if you look at the docs, it tells you. So the things are terminal, non-terminal, comment, skip, start and end. Then you can define a sequence of these things, a stack of these things, an optional sequence where every item, every element has its own um, like alternative path that allows you to skip everything. A choice, a multiple choice where you either have to do all of them in whatever order you prefer, or you have to do any of them, and then you loop around how much you want, select whichever you want, and then you can go forward. Or which, by the way, this is good for like defining numbers. Um, then horizontal choice, like this is delightful. The various components, the various widgets, I don't know what to call them. They're all delightful, but this would work so well as a Ziggy document plus a Ziggy schema. It's not even funny. It's not even funny how well it would work, man. You know what? I'm going to implement this. Let's implement a Ziggy schema that represents the language and watch how easy it is for us to get a better editing experience by editing a Ziggy document than using like the official editor, for example. We will make some minor adjustments. Actually, no, we don't even need to make minor adjustments. We can lift it one to one. Maybe some changes could be argued are an improvement, but they are not even strictly necessary to make it work. So, how do we do this? So we could make a program that takes in a Ziggy document definition. Instead of taking in the language, it takes a Ziggy document that describes the same thing. Yeah, totally. And then it reads it as a data structure. Yeah. Okay, that is so easy. How do we do this? Um, should I make a directory? Should I make a repo for this? I'm gonna make a directory. Then we decide if we want to upgrade it to a repo afterwards. So mkdir rail roads railroad diagram railroad. Okay, so let's make diagram.ziggy schema. Okay, this starts at the root as a sorry, not document, but as a diagram. Then struct diagram, and struct diagram is as a start, which we don't know yet what's gonna be, has a elements body. Let's call it body for now. We don't know what it's gonna be, or rather, I think that for body, well, let's do any. So it has a start, it has a body, and it has a end. Okay, then we know that that a like component, a node, and essentially body is a list of nodes. So a node is a union. The graphs reminded me of this bot, Happy Automata. Yeah, well, there is a connection between finite state machines, automatons, and these diagrams for sure. They all exist in the same cinematic universe of circles and lines. So diagram, a node is a terminal, which is bytes. A non-terminal. Oh, that is interesting, by the way. If we do it this way, so if we define a single document as a single diagram, then it means that there's going to be a number of these guys. There's going to be a number of these guys, but I don't think that's what we want. Okay, let's do the more interesting stuff. So sequence. A sequence is a slice of nodes. Then, what else was there? Choice. Actually, let's go read precisely what the things are. Terminal, non-terminal, right. Comment, skip, and then start end. I'm going to leave start end for later. Comment and skip. Skip has no arguments. I think this is better. You use them so much that TNT might be, I don't know. Well, you know what? We'll see. Let's use the full name. We'll see if there's a reason to shorten these things afterwards. So choice. Right. Sequence, stack. Stack is the same thing. Optional sequence. And then choice. So choice is more complicated. Choice has the index, what should go on your horizontal line, and then the list of children. So a choice is a choice. And a choice is index, which is an integer, and I don't know what do we call them, choices, elements, body. I'm gonna call it body for now. So that's a choice. And there is multiple choice. So multiple choice has an index. It has a kind, which is a union. Oh, I cannot inline the definition. That's fine. It has a kind and then it has a body. Actually, this is union kind. Oh, and it cannot be any. Let's call it all in one. Any happens to be a keyword for us. Okay, so multiple choice. Oh, and you know what? Let's also add doc comments. Represents an instruction or another production, right? Man, flow is awesome. Holy shit. Identical to sequence, but the items are stacked vertically rather than horizontally. Best used when a simple sequence would be too wide. I think we want to do this. We want to put essentially this extra stuff on a separate block and reflow it. Also, there we go. Okay. Oops. Okay, I'll eventually be able to select the text correctly. Holy shit. There we go. Okay, so this we do not say because for choice we have its own field definitions. So this is the index part. And then oh wait, right, this goes in multiple choice. Wait, I skipped the definition of choice because this is multiple choice. Sequence and stack could be one type with a layout flag. I agree. This is part of the improvements that could be made without doing a one-to-one mapping. Then there's horizontal choice. Also, let me copy the text for choice. Okay, already as is a pretty compelling thing. This is already pretty compelling. If we make this the document a hash, a dictionary of these diagrams instead of just a single diagram, then look at what we can do now. I don't know. I'm gonna call it diagram.ziggy. So we can say document. This is a Ziggy document. Is a we don't know. By the way, also start and end instead of being separate fields, they could be like a single field, like extremes, and then you can give it like a default value. So body equals, and in body we say well, look at this already. You see how nice it is? We already have auto completion support and auto formatting. This is already a delightful experience. As is. Holy shit. So we can say terminal. I don't know. Square bracket open, followed by terminal, square bracket close. Oops. And in the middle, sequence. And the sequence has in it a comment. Holy shit, the comment fucks up the fucks this stuff royally, huh? Oh no. The auto formatter needs a little bit of work. Comments mess up the auto formatter a lot, unfortunately. So sequence. It's what? Terminal followed by a non-terminal. There you go. And this is essential, like, I don't know, an example of this. So this works and you can do it. So the whole Ziggy Railroad stuff could be ported to one of these documents and it wouldn't be a bad experience, I think. Yeah. Uh, okay, so how do I want to proceed? I guess I need to port over the remaining things. Ooh. Hey, Bifredo. Hello, good afternoon. Hello, hello. Yeah, I wonder how much work it is to port the actual SVG work. Hmm. Well, okay, let's continue. Let's continue the porting. Let's port all the idioms, and then we'll see. So Ziggy schema. Did you discuss about Jared and Andrew blog posts? No, not really. I mean, I don't know what is there to say. Like you can see you can find comments on Ziggit, you can find comments on lobsters, you can find comments uh on Arcanews, I guess. I really enjoy Andrew's take as it is honest and very on point. Well, I think the point of that is um I think the point of that is that there is obviously a technical disagreement on what is the best approach towards making ban good. If you were to ask the ZSF what steps should be taken, the answer wouldn't be ask use a non yet released LLM model to port the entire code base to Rust with the approach that Jared took. Jared didn't. On the other hand, Jared, like to still man Jared's perspective a little bit, Jared didn't just, he didn't literally say, Claude, port this code base to Rust, make no mistakes. He took a engineering approach to it where he had a plan to essentially compensate for the limitations of the tool, because the tool, if the tool was magic, like thoroughly magic, you could actually literally uh just tell it, yeah, just port the thing over, make no mistakes, and it would just do it, but it can't. So he was using an approach where he was trying to do a one-to-one mapping of the files in order to be able to more easily check what would break, what did break maybe during a transition, and so he got it working. Now, whether that is good or not, it depends on who you ask, right? On mixed into this whole thing, there's also questions about what is Zig as a language, what it can do for you, what it cannot do for you, because you obviously have, you know, the super AI pilled people that say, well, languages don't matter anymore. Now you can switch language from one day to the next. You have in the mix people that say that Zig was crap anyway, right off the get go, because it's memory unsafe and you should not be using. How could you ever use a memory unsafe language in the year overlord 2026, etc., etc.? And so all these things play into this whole like soup of opinions. Um, in the mix of all of this, there's also questions, yeah, and like these all later questions about whether what Zig is as a language, is it good, is it not good. They also have had essentially some opinions given by Jared. For example, you read the blog post, you can see that he said, well, we don't have distractors, and with distractors everything would be so much better. If you ask me, nothing ever gets better if you add distractors in the mix. It's like you're cooking and then somebody comes and says, well, I have here a small jar of poop. Should we add it to the mix? And I'm like, no, dude. Like, no matter what it is that you're cooking, adding some poop to the mix does not make it better. I'm sorry. So, but that's our perspective. He has a different perspective, I guess. Uh, so there's that. There's also previous public communications from Jared about, for example, when they Vibe implemented a unsound way of splitting LLVM codegen units so that they could parallelize the LLVM codegen part of building a Zig program in order to make it faster, at the expense of introducing non-deterministic compilation errors, where you would essentially get a thing that says, there's a depending if you're on how lucky or unlucky you are, you press enter once, you would get a compile error. You press enter again, the second time it works. And that is not a good property to have in a compiler. Let's just put it that way. And then when he did this, he posted publicly saying, we are not going to upstream this because Zig has a no LLM policy. And I mean, that is certainly one way of saying it. So essentially what is happening is that people are trying to understand, everybody's trying to come to a shared understanding of what is the state of technology, right? What it is that I should do for my own projects, what it is the better way to approach software development from an engineering perspective. And Jared is offering up his opinion. We don't really agree with his opinion. So there's that. And so I guess that's partially what causes the drama. So I personally believe that above anything else, the problem with taking what is in that blog post at face value is twofold. One is people say that it's a nice, honest blog post and not a marketing piece by Anthropic at all. That is factually wrong. It is impossible. It is impossible that Jared was able to publish the blog post without supervision, strict supervision by the marketing people at Anthropic. I am not in their offices, but I would be taking on anybody who bets anything different trivially, because it is impossible. Second, now that doesn't mean necessarily that is key marketing that is going to make or break Anthropic's ability to go and do an IPO. That's not what it is, but it's still something that it is influenced by Anthropic's marketing. Also, Jared's blog post, by the way, for the people who had the who went and read it all, be aware that it's mostly AI written. Now, I don't think there is much value in being too precise, like in doing EM dash counting, and like if a blog post has 3 EM dashes, now it's garbage. But you can definitely see a difference when there is 1, 5, 10 EM dashes and 228. So let's see, where's Matt Knight? Because he has an EM dash counter extension. Do I have it in here? I have it. Where is it though? Why do I have 2 container thingies? Okay, give me a sec because I'm trying to find so I need to pin my EM dash counting extension, huh? Okay, time to figure this stuff out. Extensions and themes. Okay, so it's not in there. We'll figure it out. So where do I go in the Zen settings to decide what's on the sidebar? Now this is the container stuff. Like, how do I even see that extension then? Look and feel. Tab management. Zen modes, search, appearance, downloads. Then there's extension and themes, but that gets me to the normal Firefox thing. How do I drag it on the sidebar? Oh my god. Because I know that it is possible. I used to have something in here that would show it to me. But I don't know what it is anymore. A UI editor. There's this. Oh, there we go. Pin to toolbar. There we go. We succeeded, I think. Okay, so if we go to hey Dylan, raid a run. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for the raid. Have a nice day. Have a nice I don't know, afternoon snack. Everybody welcome. What's that extension though? EM dash. It counts EM dashes in your blog posts. For example, we go to andrewkelly.me. We open his blog post. We don't see any count here. We go to Bun's blog. Rewriting body in Rust. 228. Again, the point is not saying, "Oh my god, you used one EM dash, so you wrote slop." But bro, 228 EM dashes? Really? That is a lot. You didn't put them there yourself. Come on, Claude put them there for you. Especially if you will allow it. Also, that's especially most probably true. If what is the word count? That is fair. The word count also matters, right? This is a very long blog post. Still, it's a lot. I just don't want to read the slop. Like, I can't read so much slop, man. Please save me from the slop. So anyway, but you can find that it is surprisingly, again, it's not a thing. The extension only counts EM dashes, so you decide what you want to do with that information. But you can really tell that there is a difference between stuff that is written normally and stuff that is LLM generated, like Bun Rust unsafe. There's also this article, this page, I don't know what to call it, right? This one that they made a while ago. Again, kind of a long page. 0 EM dash, not slop though. In this specific context, when I say slop, I don't mean just low quality, but I mean low quality and machine generated. I am fine with reading, or rather, when a human makes a low quality post, Sometimes you want to avoid it because it's marketing. So, for example, so whatever. But sometimes it's not great, but it's somebody who is learning how to write. And so it is still worth reading, even if it's not the highest quality reading ever possible. That is perfectly fine. But when it's machine generated, nobody's learning anything. The only thing that they are learning is that if you read it, they can pump you more full of machine generated crap. So here, this one has 63 M dashes. What a coincidence. So anyway, thing is, um, yeah, there's a lot of M dashes in that blog post. Let's just put it that way. My wife sends me so many Instagram memes that are just AI text. Yeah, there's the AI text. There's all the memes, the shorts and reels and whatnot that are like a screenshot of a Reddit post that sometimes makes no even sense, and they are so crap. Anyway, I don't even remember what we were talking about anymore at this point. It doesn't come across as slop or overly I've written. Unless if one has a bias. No, man. You naive, you poor, naive, gullible reader. You really think that the people working at the AI company are not using AI to write their blog posts? You think that they are writing this stuff from slowly, manually, artisanally, luddily, maybe? Uh, no, they're not. Some of the best performing posts on Blue Sky are total AI slop animal videos. Crazy how people just can't comprehend what they're looking at. Yeah. It doesn't make it slop automatically. In my view, it does. I'm sorry, but when it comes to reading somebody that somebody has written, I expect, especially something like this, where it's arguing for in favor of a novel approach to software engineering, I would expect that the effort and the insight being put in the document is strictly superior than what LLMs today can do. And I refuse to read anything that doesn't cross that bar. You might be more tolerant with, let's see, less novel and interesting content, but I'm not. I will agree, though, that even without LLMs, a lot of blog posts and actually even academic papers don't pass that threshold. That is for sure. I do think that when a paper or a blog post does not pass that threshold and it is human written, it is in your best interest to be lenient because you can consider that an investment into having somebody get more practice, get better at the job. You're not great at writing out of the box. You need to get in experience. And so accepting some of that stuff is fine, but actually not just some, but like being appreciative of people putting in effort, even if the end result is not super high quality, that is fine. That is one thing, but the machine is not improving. There is no return of investment in reading subpar stuff that is machine generated. So I'm open. So and again, I'm not looking at this from a ethical perspective. I'm looking at this from a strictly utilitarian perspective. I think that it is in your best interest from a utilitarian perspective to be tolerant, lenient, and appreciative when it comes to imperfect writing made by somebody. And I think because it is an investment, but I think from a utilitarian perspective, you are wasting your time by reading slop, essentially. I hear what you say. I would expect them to sign off carefully on the content. And if the content is bad, I would discredit the person who published it. Sometimes tool can help express yourself better. I have in the past used LLMs to check my grammar in my blog posts. One thing that I have not a full understanding of when it comes to the English language is, all the instances of when you should be using in instead of on. Like, do you write on your blog post? Do you put things in your personal website? Sorry, on your blog, in your website. I don't know. Sometimes I get it right, sometimes I get it wrong. LLMs know this stuff. They are good at correcting grammar. I find having the LLM try to rephrase my stuff, generally speaking, a way of making my writing worse. From the perspective, it's my opinion. I'm not saying necessarily that everything that I believe is universally true, but I don't. I don't love that. But then people are getting LLMs to do much more than that, and I skim the blog post. That's what I recommend to do. Skim it. Don't get the LLM to steal all your energy. I think Andrew is more like Linus. I really think this is good, even if his tone sounds a bit harsh to some people. I've seen Linus interact with people on the Linux mailing list, and personally, I was not able to really agree that his tone was necessary sometimes. Like, he has a harsh tone, sometimes, often, maybe. And when I was reading it, I wasn't entirely sure if what he, like, the tone that he was using was warranted. Obviously, I don't have all the context, so there might be a lot of stuff that I just don't know that would make it fully justified. But based on limited information that I do have, my impression was that I would say that Andrew is significantly kinder than Linus in my experience. Significantly so. But obviously that applies to, things that aren't interactions that are different than replying to a blog post from somebody who has kind of made a mess in the Zig community in a variety of ways. Can I offer some perspective as someone who's never understood or agreed that Linus is intolerable or inappropriate? I don't have. Feel free to share, but I don't have a strong opinion. I am not of the opinion that Linus is intolerable or inappropriate. I am of the opinion that I've seen, like everybody, the famous instances, like what was the guy that was supposed to retroactively abort himself, and Linus being spicy against Nvidia and pushing back against the vendors. And as an outsider, it seems easy to agree that is spicy but good work. I've seen other things where I could not come to that conclusion, so I remain with the question mark. But yeah, sure, I'm happy to see opinions. Do animated slides work on my chat? No, in my application, the images do work, but the animated ones don't yet. It is possible to make them work. You could implement a system to make them work. I have not done yet that. Sorry, I got completely derailed about the Jared stuff. I don't remember what the point is that I was trying to make. Oh yeah, right. The point that I was trying to make is that so we are at a point where there are differing opinions about what is the best engineering practice. Right? There are novel engineering practices being presented to the world, and there are arguments in favor of against. And obviously, Jared is in favor of his approach for a variety of reasons, which includes probably, almost certainly, includes him fully believing in what he's doing. From the Zig side of the equation, we don't really agree to the same degree. To me, and so that you can see some of that in the blog post in the reply from Andrew. You can see also some other details that essentially you decide whether you want to consider them drama inside baseball, not relevant, or what. But from my perspective, and I guess Andrew's perspective, these details are important because they paint a realistic picture of exactly how it is that we landed to the place where Jared decided to move the entire project to Rust, which is meant to say that not all the arguments that were brought forward by Jared, we believe, are actually correct or relevant. But I think that ultimately, for external observers, I think this is the key piece of understanding. I commented this on Ziggit, and you know what? I'll go fetch it from Ziggit, so this way I don't end up yapping for too long, and I actually read my own blog, my own message, and I repeat it, in a coherent manner. So here's what I wrote. One thing about the whole ordeal is that people say it costed $160,000 to do the rewrite, but that is not really correct in my opinion. Usually when you say rewrite, you mean writing the final version of the code that gets you back to feature parity. But in this case, Bun is not quite there yet. i.e., if they had done a traditional rewrite, by this point, they would have an idiomatic Rust code base. I'm going to add idiomatic and ideally strictly better compared to what it was before, because they also would get, the opportunity of re-engineering all the things, of tackling a ton of technical debt, re-engineering all the bad all the decisions that turned out to be bad in hindsight. So normally a rewrite is dangerous. You don't want to do it, whatever. There's problems, but once you have a successful rewrite, you should be in a strictly preferable situation to where you were before. But that's not what they have. They have a code base that is not idiomatic Rust. It has a bajillion unsafe keywords. It still has a few of the unsoundness bugs that they were present in the original code base, because this is a one-to-one translation of it. So some things have been fixed by virtue of leveraging the borrow checker, but some haven't. And I will also say probably the majority haven't because of their own because of the same reasons that these things weren't working well in Zig, namely the fact that they are not using linear lifetimes, the fact that they have to reference count things. So that being said, they do have destructors that automatically drop the reference count. So it is very likely that a direct translation will implicitly remove a lot of leaks. And probably also fix some use after freeze, potentially. No, it wouldn't, because if the original stuff was reference counted, then the reference... No, it's leaks, I think. That's it. That's the main thing. In any case, so if anything, it's $160,000 to get deeper into your technical debt rabbit hole, with more money required to climb back to the outcome of a proper rewrite. They are not yet at a point where they have rewritten. Like, you see them argue, and you see also people on the internet repeat, oh my God, Bun rewrote the code base to Rust in 11 days, spending $160,000. No, they haven't. They are partway through. They've done a lot of progress. They passed the test. They were awesome. But they don't really have a rewrite. Right now, they have something that requires more resources, more money to maintain. They are also lucky because they are, they are Anthropic. They don't pay for tokens, but they're not entirely free to them, right? The resources are still being consumed, but they don't have to pay market price for those tokens. So in that sense, awesome. But they are selling, the idea is that they are selling you the dream that, you know, we did it, so you too can, in 11 days, with a known amount of money, or an amount of money that you can estimate, get yourself out of a aging code base and immediately rewrite it into something new. That's not really it. That is not really it. To be clear, I'm not putting into question whether they can do it or not. They can, without a doubt, do it. The point is the actual cost. And in my opinion, we're being lied to in that sense. This is what I was mentioning. Like, it's not $160K for a full rewrite. The full rewrite will cost more than $160,000, and you won't take 11 days to get there because they're not done it yet, and they've already spent these 11 days. So in my opinion, above all else, what to watch out for when evaluating how... oh my god, how whether... evaluating whether to use LLMs or not, and how to evaluate the ban rewrite. The feasibility question is a red herring. Provided with a tool that can even flip just one bit at a time, you can eventually achieve any outcome. LLMs are obviously significantly better than that. I'm just making, you know, kind of an extreme statement just to prove the point. So LLMs are better than that. And yeah, it's impressive to some degree that Fable could get them to this point that quick, although not exactly cheaply. But the real question is, and always has been, the cost. And that's where you should expect to find the sleight of hand trick that really matters. So is it really rewriting the code base more cost efficient to do it with the LLM than by hiring engineers? Maybe, probably. Is it 160,000 USD and 11 days versus, I don't remember what Jared said, like a year worth of effort by a team of multiple engineers? Is it really that the difference? I don't think it is. I don't think it is at all. And I think that you would have to be especially naive to buy this argument from the shovel seller. So the engineering technique is cool. It has some value, and you know, we can debate whether you should subject yourself to having to write correct code in Zig versus not having question mark to write correct code in Rust, maybe. But really, ultimately, I think the big picture is this, you know, and this is similar to what these companies were doing before, right? When they were saying, yeah, fire your team, leave only a handful of people, of senior people that orchestrate a bunch of agents because that's cheaper. And then it turned out that they were essentially gifting you tokens to get, you were not paying the necessary full price for tokens. So they were selling them to you at a loss. And now that they are starting to bump up prices, it turns out that a lot of companies actually cannot afford to have that much spend on tokens. And for some of them, it's preferable to have human engineers rather than the token spend. You can find plenty of examples of this. So there's this push and pull going on, right, with regards to how exactly cost effective is this technology. And it is to some degree. But man, you cannot really take the shovel seller words at face value. They're still subsidizing tokens. Yeah, you're right. They bumped it up, but I agree. I agree they are not yet at full price. But I would even one up this point, Calder. We know how this stuff works with startup companies. And if you'll allow me, American companies especially, but all companies, they are not gonna stop once they stop subsidizing token prices. They will want to bump up price even past that. These companies always start by offering you a free shit so that they can build an audience, right? A user base, and then they eventually start monetizing the user base, and they progressively boil the frog. So they are definitely, it is obvious that they're not gonna stop at a fair price for tokens. So it's a dangerous game to become, strongly dependent on that stuff. You can do it, and for some, it might be, you do that strategically, and it's gonna be awesome. But I think it's very naive to take these things at face value. You shouldn't. Token price is the cost of electricity? No, absolutely not. Token price is whatever the market is willing to pay for them. Token price over a long enough period of time has to be strictly greater than the cost of electricity. That is the only mechanical relationship between token price and cost of electricity. Token price has to be strictly greater than. That is the only relationship there is. Then sure, you could say, well, if there is competition, competition drives price down. If something is a commodity, then that also drives price down. But these are all a lot of things that could go either way, and I don't think we're at a position today where you can with full confidence make predictions of exactly where this stuff will land. And yeah, it's just a processing power. Okay. But I am not sure what you're trying to say, because okay, you know what, maybe I'll read your earlier message. I've done similar rewrite stuff recently. I had an old HTML5 game on Pixie from 2014. AI had me fix broken capability issues, and I've actually deployed a game portfolio as portfolio. 2014 JS code, got it fixed and made it work. Yeah, nice. AI is good for the quick chore stuff. Yeah. But I do plan to do an actual rewrite event manually. Yeah. Ban is not in your situation though. Ban is a million line big code base of non-idiomatic Rust that was machine translated from the original Zig code base. So like, for example, planning to do an actual rewrite eventually for them is not in the cards. So yeah. And the thing is, they're selling you this dream, right? Again, the key point is this: they are selling you this dream, 160K, 11 days, and you did it, and it's viable. Maybe it is. It is actually. You know what? It certainly is to some degree, and it is impressive. But this is not the cost. This is not the cost. This is absolutely not the cost. This is the same game being played over and over and over and over and over. So I don't know. I'm going back to my railroad diagrams. Oh no. Oh no. Did I close it? Did they also rewrite the tests? That is a good question, isn't it? I think that the majority of the tests that they have are tests that they have inherited, and they are essentially JavaScript snippets, and they test that the JavaScript snippet yields the expected output. Um, so I would say that probably the majority of the tests could not have really have been tampered with. Even if you're super unlucky and the AI decides to go insane with them. Um, but also there is a limitation of their test suite. Like their test suite already was not covering enough of the behavior of ban. Otherwise, if that test suite was that good, they would have had the ability to trivially have the LLM just fix those tests already. Okay, what else do we need to implement? I think we are at horizontal choice, right? But I think that horizontal choice is still a choice. Oh no, never mind. It has no index. Okay, so it's not a choice. It's just a slice of nodes. These are the docs. We flowed. There we go. Then optional child skip. Like a question mark in our regex, a shorthand for choice one skip child. If the optional skip parameter has the value skip, it instead puts the skip in the straight line path for when the normal behavior is to omit the item. Okay, so this one will require, I think, some massaging from us. The name is optional. And we don't know yet what this is going to be. Okay. So, I guess we can just call it optional and implement it. So optional has a body because wait, also wait. This does not accept a list of children. This only accepts one child, by the way. That is yeah, choice is one skip child. Okay. Wait, is choice implemented like this? Oh, I might have implemented choice wrong. I think these guys only have one single node as a child. Okay. Um and if it's just a single node, let's call it child instead of body. So I think some of this is wrong though. Multiple choice. No, this is definitely a slice of nodes is choice. I'm saying something stupid. No, this have to be okay. This has to be body. Okay, we're saying optional. This one has a child, and then he has the skip property. To be honest, I'm thinking that we could have optional and optional skip, and then that means that they both will be a node. And then we move this down here. Yeah, optional skip. One or more child repeat. Okay, one or more. So one or more. I'm gonna write it here for convenience. So one or more is the child, which is a node, and then the skip. Skip, which is an optional node. Like plus in a regex. The repeat argument is optional. Right, it's not called skip, it's called repeat. Wait, what did he call it? Yeah, it was repeat. Okay. The previous one was skip. Okay, so repeat. Okay. One or more. So we're left with three. Oof, we're almost there. Alternating sequence, zero or more, and then group. Holy shit. Okay. So zero or more is compared to one or more. Oh well, we have to do alternating sequence first, but I'm kind of tempted to move alternating sequence afterwards. So this is child, repeat, and then it also has skip zero or more. Okay, so we want zero or more and zero or more skip. So in a zero or more, there's a child, there's a repeat, and there's a skip. No, there's two variants of these. I guess this is this, like star in a regex. The repeat argument is optional and specifies that should go. And this is like same as zero or more. Did I have a shorthand for? No. Okay. You know what? I should copy this description. What the fuck am I doing? Optional is not an. Um. No, I think this is it. Optional one or more. Oh my god, show me the original one. Optional one or more, and then it's one or more that is a structure. And this is an optional skip. Okay. If rewriting to Rust is so fast and cheap, why are they still using C++? You mean their other component? JSC? I don't know. Good question. Okay. Um. So zero or more skip, one or more. We're good. We're finally at group. Child label. Yes. Man, this makes it so tempting to allow function call syntax to enums, allowing positional arguments. This is so tempting. So you see how here in you do dot optional skip dot one or more. Actually, no, because this is a node. What is a node? It's a union. Okay, so this is fine. Dot one or more. And then here there's this. But what if you could just do child? That would be well, sorry, in a real Ziggy thing, this wouldn't be child. This would be like dot skip. I don't know, just to put one there, or dot term. And then if you need the second argument, you do the second argument, the skip or the repeat. What was it? Skip, was it Boolean? No, what it was one or more has repeat, which is the second node. I don't know, skip. This would be holy shit. This would be intense. This would be intense. I think I should consider this. I think this would be like the another next level thing in Ziggy. I don't know though. It's already kind of a complicated language as is to spec. We'll see. But it would be cool. Yes, the other component is the actual JavaScript engine, is the actual thing doing the heavy lifting. With all due respect, like Bun does a lot of stuff, and I'm sure that a good chunk of it is non-trivial, but like the core of everything is the JavaScript virtual machine, and that is JSC. Mm. Hey, somebody has posted on the Zine forums. This is the first post on the Zine forums. Well, not made by me. By the way, Calder, how are you? What do you guys think about this new UI for this course? Okay, let me think how I want to have this work. I think I want to zoom in. I think I want the sidebar to be plop in, plop out. Yeah. Let's see. Many thanks, Christopher Zine. I've been enjoying using it over the past few weeks. Nice. I ported 2 personal websites over from Hugo. Nice. Yuk. Both hosted with Cloudflare pages. Nice. Overall, the experience has been great. Both ports saw a big reduction in complexity, dropped around 30% in lines of code. Huh. Nice to have HTML formatting, yeah, and LSP support in VS Code, yeah. I was able to 100% match the design and content in the Yuga incarnations of both sides. Yeah, nice. This is something that shouldn't be a problem unless you're using somebody else's theme that you don't understand. I almost didn't realize it was the same platform. Yeah, I don't control it. I think in the settings I can. There's like the classic interface that can be turned on. But I decided not to do that because I suspect that if I turn on the old one, then there are more questions about whether, like, I would have to worry more about the maintenance of the system. And for now, I'm just trying to minimize that. So, but jokes aside, I agree. It's kind of it's a big change from the previous one. Let's just put it that way. Yes. um. Anyway, the only Hugo feature I miss is the is server function. Someone else has already posted this as a feature request in 180. Yeah, we do not have is server, which yeah, we should. I think it's reasonable to want to support. On my old site, I use this function on a page that includes a buy now button. In development, the script should use Paddle's test token, understandably. And in production, use the real things. Yeah, definitely. Oh yeah, there's the summarize. I mean, what do you mean? It's like, what you expect? You read what another person has written to you? What are you, a moron? Oh, you token max. Or well, I mean, you're not. Are you token maxing if you do that? No, you're essentially token minimizing because your hope is that the LLM gives you a shorter version. Hey Matt. But in any case, yeah, this is good. This is good survival skills. I would say the zine, maybe a little bit philosophically, but also partially because it's work in progress. You kind of have to have a little bit um, of uh, of a survivalist perspective on things like attitude, energy. Anyway, awesome. Where does the LLM run, which is the summary? It's provided to you by the hosting service. So I don't know what would happen if I were to try and self-host this, what I would have to do to get the summarize button. But I'm using the free hosting service, and the free tier has some allowance for the LLM shit. I don't know where is the LLM usage quota, but I have an LLM usage quota essentially on the website. Now, here's the question. How do I turn that shit off? Because I don't want people to be told to write or read shit using LLMs, with all due respect. Like, I'm okay. So in this community, so just so that we're clear, when people use Zine, I am perfectly happy to have people use LLMs to uh, write templates and stuff. So I'm not going to complain if you used an LLM to write the template. I will complain if you're clueless and your thing is clueless and you completely mess up. Turned off in the plugins. Plugins. AI. Thank you. Holy shit, this is nice having somebody who knows how this works. Features not enabled. Thank you. A chatbot that can ask questions and assist users in personal messages forum. Or you know what? I don't know. Maybe some of this is fine. Discord integration. Adds the ability to search Discord channels. What? Inferred concepts. Okay, so you know what? Wait. Okay, enable. But let's just turn off a couple buttons at least. AI helper, translator, generate markdown table, custom prompt. Okay, let's read. Proofread text. Okay. Suggest titles. Eh. Explain, smart dates, generate markdown table, translator, caption images, custom prompt. What's a custom prompt? Post illustrator, chat read titles, embeddings, spam. Yeah, actually, this is the one that I think more than anything else I would be interested. Makes a summarization button available that allows visitors to summarize topics. Yeah, this is the one that I want to turn off. Disable the summarizer. Yeah, I don't want the summarize button, but I think that some of the other stuff could actually be beneficial. Was it on by default? Yeah, of course. Of course. Zig? Zin. Let's take a look also at the websites. Okay, nice. This is essentially a CD, I guess. So this seems fairly simple, unless there's some other pages. I'm assuming that these are external links, but who knows? Simplicity. Huh. Okay, so Simplicity is a funny domain. Simplicity. Home, screenshots. Nice. Linked headings, documentation, table of contents. Okay, so this is simple stuff. Oh, there's a devlog. Nice. Nice that there is a devlog. Hmm. Okay. Oh no, I forgot to have the LLM proofread. Okay, back to railroading. Uh, uh, um, Group child label, huh? Oh, in their implementation, label doesn't have to be a string. Label can be a full comment item. Or so I guess technically label should be an optional comment. So they have the thing where they can swap in and out elements and like a simple string with a complex element. We cannot do that in Ziggy. We don't want to do that in Ziggy. So let's make this a comment. There's a comment. No, what's a comment? Oh shit! Here, a comment is bytes. Okay, right, because I didn't model yet your optional things. Okay, so bytes it is. That's fine. Highlights its child with a dashed outline and optionally labels it. Okay. These are the guys that we want to move, I think, to the bottom. I did not implement optional. Uh-oh. Oh, because optional ended up being just a node. Okay. What is this editor color scheme? It's IU dark AYU dark. Or Mirage, actually. In any case, it's one of the AYU themes. There's like a couple variations, minor changes, but it's one of them. Okay, so we have a schema for what a railroad diagram data structure looks like. I have to be honest, these simplification for enums, sorry, for unions, it would be so fucking sexy. It would be so fucking sexy. It's not even fun. It's not even funny how sexy it would be. Holy shit. Okay, well, I'm not gonna do crazy things right now, but that would be so sexy. Shit. That would be so sexy. Oh man. Okay. Okay. Let's not go insane. So there we go. We have spec'd into a scripty group box. No, this is not group box. I already answered, but just to, to be precise, it's IU Mirage. There we go. This is it. IU Mirage. And yeah, this is light theme and it's a dark theme. It's because for some reason we're picking up the light theme in Flow. I don't know exactly. I didn't bother configuring my system to make it pick the dark theme. I think my OS is not set to be dark themed, although it has a dark bar at the top. So I don't know what's going on. I don't care. I just overrode that value. Okay. Yeah. So this allows us to specify these diagrams. So technically, to prove the point that this works, what we could do is have a program that takes in a Ziggy grammar, a Ziggy document, a definition, like an instance of document that conforms to this schema, and then it we transform this into the syntax that the existing tools use, and then we use that one. But it's so many extra steps to such a small improvement, like the whole implementation that we would throw away because we don't want to keep that in the long term. So I think we might as well work towards porting this tool to Zig. I guess the question is, okay, first of all, license, MIT. Don't ask me permission to use any part of this story and just use it. I would appreciate attribution, but that's not required by the license. If you're doing something cool with it, I would appreciate if you let me know, but it's not required either. Yeah. Well, this is a nice project also. They have also like the ASCII generator, which is nice. A disclaimer. Oh, that. Okay. So, I don't know which one is better, railroad.py or railroad.js. So, class, Python or JavaScript? What's your poison? I think I might prefer the Python version over the JavaScript one. I think it's more recent. And yeah, I agree. There's class extends class shenanigans going on in the JavaScript. I might not be ready for that. I'll take the semantic white space over what's going on with JavaScript, I think. So yeah, I think I'm approving Calder's proposal here. Yeah. Or wait, why am I doing this? Why am I not having an LLM do the work for me? Wait. Actually, you know what? This would be, if the goal was just strictly to port this to Zig, I would say having an LLM do the work might not be a bad idea. The problem in this case is that I personally do not know how SVGs work. Like, I don't know their syntax. I don't know how they are reasoned. So I'm interested in having the opportunity to use the porting work to also learn how they're supposed to work. And yeah. Do you have 160k in 11 days? Jesus, I hope that it takes less than that to move over a single 2000 lines long file, where probably a good number of the lines is just semi hard coded SVG machinery. Also, not only that, but this has multiple renderers in it. This has the SVG renderer, and it also has the ASCII diagram renderer. So if we're, for now, I want to copy over the SVG one. So yeah. Why does it do that instead of that? I don't know. Sometimes I write stuff in this way to kind of make it clear that different things come from different offsets, different quantities come from different things. So let's say that I have a payload that has a header of fixed size and a null byte at the end. So what I will do is I will write down, the header size plus body size. Let's say that the header size is also it's 10 bytes for whatever reason. So I will write 10 plus the variable plus 1 for the null byte, and I will not write plus 11 because I think it's nice to keep the 1 for the null byte separate, so it's immediately more clear what the equation is supposed to represent, and also because there is no runtime cost to doing so. Now, whether this is happening here or not, I don't know. I was just scrolling around. Hey. Oh, man. Yeah, but Matt, if the blog post doesn't have 200 EM dashes and your extension says that it has 200 EM dashes, and there is nothing weirdly adversarial going on, like if Jared has hidden a bunch of transparent or invisible EM dashes in it, then that's one thing. But if that is not what's going on and it's just miscounting, if you have the time, do try to take a look at it, because otherwise you end up thinking that something is LLM slop when it's not necessarily. If the Jared post has a bajillion hidden EM dashes, then at that point, never mind. Okay, so let me take a quick bathroom break, and then when I come back, we start working on the port. It's probably something like those animations, maybe counting as EM dashes for different frames. I think in your case, wait, what does that mean? Are you saying that you accumulate, that whenever something changes the page, you accumulate you keep counting the new number of EM dashes? I would recommend against that if that is what you're doing. I personally think that the right approach is to add a delay. You wait a couple of seconds, maybe 3 seconds. Actually, you know what? No, here's what I would recommend. I recommend that you do a first run maybe right away or after a short timeout, and then you do a second run after a while. Like you do one immediately or after 1 second, and then you do a second run after 10 seconds, and that's it. And to be clear, the second run is not cumulative. The second run essentially replaces the old value. That would be my recommendation. I think that keeping track of the running number of EM dashes as the document gets modified, let's say, that would be unfeasible. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Okay. So, oh, I'm not in a repo. That's true. I could git init it though. No shame in that. Um. So what do we do next? Mm, 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 mm. We want a Zig init, a minimalistic Zig init. Look at the zone file, railroad version, whatever. Yeah. Why did Matt put the fingerprint down here, man? I don't get it. No, like this. It's obvious the path should be at the bottom. Come on. Okay, so how do we do this work? I guess we're gonna clone the other repo and so that we can tab out to it. Because reading the source code on GitHub is it's absolutely insane. So let's not even attempt to do that. New tab. Can't have enough of those. Type shaking, railroad.py. Oh, do I not have an LSP for this? What's the LSP? TY. Maybe I should do pip install TY. I don't know. There we go. Okay, so we have some code intelligence. We have some code intelligence. I'll take it. Okay, where is our entry point? Where is our entry point? Is that an if main down below, maybe? Yes. So arguments, SVG, ASCII, Unicode standalone, unknown option, if SVG. Diagram.write SVG. Wait, this is a function definition. Why is there a function definition in here? Oh my god. Okay. Open test.py exec. So this is for testing. Where is add even used? There's a add function defined in here that is not used anywhere. What is going on? So this is not our entry point. Okay, so I guess okay. This is object oriented. So once we find the diagram item, diagram multi-container, style, diagram. So it's diagram that we want, right? What is our entry point, man? Write SVG and it calls self.format. Diagram item G. Oh wait, is diagram item a like builder interface for SVG? Is that it? Self.utters viewbox. Yeah. Self.utters with self.utters height. G add to self formatter. Maybe another representation, but it doesn't look like that because it's passing in a G. So I think this is an SVG thingy first and foremost. It accepts node path and style. Subclasses store their meaningful children as .item or .items. Children instead store their formatted SVG nodes. What? So their object graph encodes both the AST and the SVG rendering output, I guess. I guess that helps with layouting. My guess is that they have like a layouting pass or something where it's advantageous to cache computation in the AST itself. The thing is, I don't understand where these things are used. Like, okay, we have a diagram in here. Where is it used? Diagram extends a diagram multi-container. There's a text diagram object. Oh, sequence extends diagram multi-container. Hmm. Optional sequence, which also inherits from diagram multi-container. So diagram multi-container is the ancestor of all these guys. And what it has is self.items. That is the thing that everybody shares. Self.items, which is a list of diagram items. Wait, diagram multi-container inherits from diagram items. So diagram item is the even more common ancestor. Name up, height down, need space, others, children. Okay, so here's what I suspect. There are two things that we have to worry about. One is the constructors, because the way these things get constructed does some initialization that might be important. And then second, I guess it's just a matter of looking at what format does, because or write SVG, or in any case these like these related functions, because my understanding is that there is some code somewhere that does parsing and turns the strings into an object graph. But once you're there, then it's just the formatting function that gets called. Maybe choice. Yeah, choice has. Let's look at choice, for example. Choice definitely does a lot of computation in the initializer to lay out it. And then format does also some mucking for printing it out. Okay, where's the parser though? The thing that right now I'm finding curious. Oh, you know what? There is no parser. Wait. The JavaScript one probably has a parser, or maybe it's even elsewhere. Maybe it's not even part of this library. Right, because the JSON one is used, at least in the online playground, it's used that way. While the Python one, if you look at the Python README, I forgot about this. Yeah, look. Okay, so this is our entry point. The answer is there is no entry point to be found in that file. The entry point is the diagram constructor. This is how it starts. The diagram constructor is how it starts. And then that's the stuff that we have to follow. We have to implement the constructors operations, and then we have to implement write SVG. These are essentially the two things that we care about. Now, that means that we'll be implementing this the way they do, which might or might not be optimal. But I mean, at the same time, I guess this piece of software doesn't have necessarily to be, max power. So how does this work? Here's the thing. We already have essentially the data structure that we get from deserializing the Ziggy. I think what we need is maybe to define extra properties into the corresponding Zig files. Maybe. And then everything else we do the same. Okay, in any case, we have I think something. So we could try to implement also a simple subset of it, right? We ignore choice, we ignore the weird components. We literally implement diagram that accepts a simple term, and that is it. That's going to be our entry point. Okay, so this is it. Type quarks get type simple. If is instance of start and end. Oh yeah, that is also something that we are doing already better with. This has up, down, height, and width set to 0. Then for each of its children, by the way, this is truly interesting. I think that the dynamic typing is really not doing this algorithm any favor because it's making you want to put at the same level things that you probably would benefit from separating more cleanly. Like this essentially is saying, look, there's a stream of objects that are given to this thing, and they all have very different roles, and they're all special cases. So, like, if there is if the first item is a start, then you treat it specially. If the last item is an end, then you treat it specially. And then for each item that you look at, if the item is a style item, I'm guessing representing a CSS style sheet, then you skip it because it shouldn't count towards the sizing computation. So then you do this thing. There's need space also for the first and last item. And then formatted false. Okay, then let's look at format briefly. Actually, no, that's not what we want. We want render to SVG, right? Write SVG. Which calls format with no arguments, and then does the actual writing. So format, that means that format does layouting, like computes a layout. So all default values, and the default values also inherit from global variables, I guess. Oh, date entries. EM-86 commits. I see. I think that is fair, though, to count them. Also, why do they not show up on Control F then? Is Control F... oh, wait. Are those, by any chance, elements that don't show up? Hmm. Okay, so we're saying we grab the default values and then stroke out pixel length, translate 0.5.5. These are also the nuanced stuff that comes from understanding SVG in a way that I don't. So I have no clue if these adjustments are a good or a bad idea. I think I will have to replicate them uncritically for now. In any case, for item in items, if space, some competition, increase X, blah, blah, blah. Then set width to this. Then set height to that. Then set attributes to this. Also, I need to check what these constructors do, but I think what they're doing is setting the height or increasing it. I don't know. And then add to G. Oh no, this adds a path to a new diagram item. Okay, so what we're saying is for each one of the items that we have in this diagram item list, create a path at the given coordinates. Then, oh, there we go. Then lay out the child. And whatever the child layouting returns, add that to the G element. increase X and Y by the item's width and height. Maybe extra adjustment. And then I guess finalize the values here. Okay, this all makes sense in terms of layouting, right? It's a thing where you start from the parent, the parent recurses into its child, and the child, layouting the child gives you information for what to do next. In this case, the children's are, we're giving them a starting X and Y offset that we decided, which is then influenced by each item. I'm surprised that both X and Y are increased. This is like the children of the diagram are essentially a sequence. Why do they? That date isn't a title element. What? Well, I mean, the title element, when placed in the head, is supposed to be a unique element, and it's supposed to be what shows up as the tab name. So that means that they should, if this is what was in there, then it means that they are showing this in the title. This would be in the body. The title is inside of an SVG. Okay, so if title is an SVG element, I have no opinion nor clue because I know nothing about the SVG spec other than it has SVG on the outside. But even if that were the case, what's the okay? So you're saying that there's a ton of tiny SVG elements with titles, and that's what you were counting? If that is the case, then maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea to exclude SVG and math elements from your um, from your walk algorithm. Yeah, if the SVG is embedded and it is not included as a just an image, you know, it's in there. It's part of the DOM. Sorry, I don't know if you missed my question or I missed your answer. I did miss your question, most probably. Can you explain what you plan to use this for? Yes. So basically, this is a nice library that implements railroad diagrams. This project is implemented in Python and JavaScript. The problem is that stuff written in Python and JavaScript is annoying to use because it bit rots a lot more easily than a compiled executable does. So I'm essentially considering I'm trying to port right now this library to Zig so that it's easier for me to use. And more specifically, I have used this library to write railroad diagrams for my JSON alternative language. There are also tiny adjustments that I would like to do to this library. Like, I'm very happy with how it renders things. The author did an amazing job, in my opinion. I find this really beautiful. Like, you might not like the color scheme, which, by the way, you can change. I just left the default one. But overall, this library works really, really well. The one thing there are tiny things that I would like to be able to personalize. So technically, I could be able to do that also on the original implementations. That's fair. But I want to take that also as an opportunity to learn what it takes um, to generate an SVG images. I want to learn some of that. And also, it's interesting because this thing has its own layouting algorithm. So I'll be trying to port this over, stuff like that. And I'm trying to think about what would be the optimal approach, because the Python code is not really idiomatic for what we are trying to do. So I'm not sure about that. I think that chances are that I will have to maybe do one attempt and then see what it is that I learn in doing that, and see if that can be then made better, which will probably be true. Okay. So let's make it happen. Is the SQL statements from the Oracle docs? Do you have a link? Uh, um. So here's the problem in our situation here. We are constructing these diagrams from a Ziggy document. We are deserializing these things from a Ziggy document. So how is that going to work? I guess I'm gonna need to look at the schema. You know what? Maybe for simplicity, right now we say that a diagram is just a list of nodes, and we ignore temporarily start and end and body. Although, you know what? No, never mind. That makes no difference. I see. Well, I mean, this is not particularly different compared to what we have here, right? This is uppercase, less thick, less everything is less bold. There are tiny arrows. Yeah, the tiny arrows are not bad. I agree. There's also this junction here, which this is not the style of junction that I think the library would do. Yeah, I think that as we port it over, adding tiny arrows shouldn't be a problem if that's what we want to do. So this style does not have arrows because it's the angle of attack essentially that implies things like the fact that this junction here goes towards the right. This implies that you do not go to the left from here, etc., etc. For example, here you can see, right, that once you get somewhere, then you can only go away. Like, because from the 3, you should not be able to loop back here, but here you can, because here the angle of attack is different. And so you can cycle through this circuit. while the other ones definitely are designed to not allow you to. What is also funny, this is the alternating thing. Multiple choice is grammar-wise weird. Hmm. I personally think that the real utility of these diagrams is to help people grok a syntax if they have trouble grokking it. I don't think they are particularly useful from a purely grammatical perspective. So I think it's fine to introduce concepts that help you grok more easily on the fly what's going on, even if it's more, wishy-washy than what you would write in a BNF or whatever. Okay, so let's define these types then. Pub const diagram. Start, end, and body, right? Start, we don't know what it is. I don't know. Slice, constitute, body. What is body? Body, we said, is a slice of nodes. What's a node? A node. A node is actually a tagged union. And we want to do this for simplicity, right? We want just terminal with a string. And for now, that's all we support. Yeah, actually, you know what? Let's just remove start end as well from the definition. Okay, so the idea is that for now, we want to be able to render this. Let's see how we fare. So here's the problem. On a struct, you can add hidden fields to a struct, and it all works fine and dandy. But the same cannot be said of a union. So that means that if we want to do this, our union has to be more than just a union, but it needs to be a struct that contains the row value. And then that gives us the possibility of adding essentially hidden fields that then we can use elsewhere for layouting purposes, I mean. Thank you. Bye-bye there, Teufel. Okay, so let's do it like this. A human intelligence porting code from one language to another. What year is this? Hello, Helios. Jokes on you. There is no human intelligence here to be found. Haha. That was my secret all along. No, I'm porting a railroad diagram generator, and I'm using this as an opportunity to learn a little bit more about how SVGs work, because I've never really learned anything about them. I have a vague idea. I know that it's XML. That's all I know, basically. Okay. So node means that it's this, and then contains a row. Oops. Then we're gonna have to add some the Super SVG. Oh my god. Uh, you know, it's it is funny how far Super HTML has come, and man, how how much more of the HTML and related specs there is still ahead of us. Oof. Okay, so this is row, and then this will have space for all the funky shit. Now, this means that here, okay, this project needs to depend on Ziggy. So here we should be able to get Ziggy eventually. And this needs to have a pubconst Ziggy options. And here we need the metaprogramming for essentially loading a tagged union from Ziggy into this struct. But I don't remember what that looks like, and unfortunately, ZLS doesn't work right now, so I'm postponing figuring this part out. Let's implement inside of row. It's either this or alternatively, you know what? I think from the perspective of like maintainability, I think it might be better to do the opposite. We call this decorated node. And then the decorated node contains the node. Yeah. Let me think about it for a second. No, I think we want to call this node so that we refer to them as node. And then row is a row node, and row node is defined down here. What am I doing? Okay, I think this is the right approach. So we have node that is just a terminal. Okay. Then what were the other properties? I think they were x, y, width, height. And then I know that in Ziggy options, actually this is not a struct. This is a Ziggy.options of diagram of node. Uh, And in here we have skip fields. Actually, do we even care about skip fields? No, because we have our own custom function. Okay, so we're gonna have to define that. Hello, final revival. I want to learn Ziggin. This is a nice teaser. Yeah, maybe. What I'm doing is kind of advanced, weird acrobatics, but sure. So to give you some context, just in case that you were not here before, there is a nice railroad diagram library that somebody has made that exists out there by Tabatkins, and I'm porting this to Zig. Partially for personal convenience because it integrates better with I want to depend on this library to generate automatically these graphs for my stuff, but at the same time it's also an opportunity to learn about how to lay out SVGs because I've never done that work before. And there's also a couple of other improvements. made along the way. Just read Andrew's blog post, loved it. Thank him for me. Since he hasn't streamed for a while, yeah. Also, really I hope he is as genuine as he seems to be. We've been duped too many times already by others. I can promise you the ZSF is exactly what it is that you see out there. We are a somewhat small group of software engineers uh, who put some effort into trying to understand the non-strictly technical aspects of building a programming language and what's going on around us. And you know, we don't necessarily get everything right, but um, I think that the effort that we put into this stuff has provided us with a good return on investment in a sense. Like, I think that Zig would have been today a worse project if there had been if there had not been as much emphasis on making sure to get these aspects right. And I would say this all starts, the foundation upon all of which everything else is built is the fact that Andrew opened a non-profit foundation pretty much right off the bat when making Zig. The moment that Zig got to the point of being able to become a serious thing, um, he immediately opened a non-profit foundation. Instead of getting VC money, instead of just having a Patreon, and I think that was the step number one towards making something new that isn't affected by the usual issues that projects tend to be affected by. um Again, that doesn't mean that we're perfect, or that it is guaranteed that everything is going to go in the best way possible for everybody, but so far so good. And while sometimes the boat gets a bit rocky, sometimes uh there's a little bit of uh you know uh waves going on. um so far so good. Okay, so Ronald terminal blah blah blah. I think it's time to look at the Ziggy stuff. So what is the way it works? Skip fields, no. Lock field, no. Roles and then serialize. Okay, let's see. Serialize. That's the sorry, deserialize. That's the core of what we care about. Deserialize. I think it should go in here. So I think it should be like this. So it's a function that takes in the deserializer first, and then top level. And that returns a deserializer.error or diagram. Actually, no, or node, because we're overriding node. Okay. I'm running the last latest spin with Zig Master. It borks a bit, but it works for jump to definition. Right now, if you're using Zig Master branch, there has been a huge build system rewrite by Andrew. Well, the API for normal projects has not changed at all, so you shouldn't expect to have to change your build scripts. But that has broken the ability for ZLS to understand your project structure. So they are working to make everything work again. It's not just a regression, like the whole system, the whole architecture has changed. So this also will give new powers to ZLS. But in any case, the state of things is that it is currently broken. If you want to have an LSP, a working LSP, which personally I would generally consider to be something important for me. Right now, I am using Zigmaster and ZLS does not work, but I'm not happy with this temporary situation that I'm in. I don't know for you in your case, but in general, I would recommend to stick to a version of Zig that does not have this problem. Generally speaking, you want ZLS to work. Go to definition is good. Like, there's a lot of good stuff they get from ZLS. That being said, you do you. And also be aware that this is temporary. Okay. So what does our deserialize function do? Essentially, what we do is that we call into a row node. So we want to say return dot row is try d dot deserialize first top level. No, this is deserialize 1 and it needs a type. Okay. So this is it. Frankly, this is really handy, like this way of doing things. Holy shit. This is really, really handy. So in theory, with this, we have done the setup to allow the parsing of a Ziggy document, of a compatible Ziggy document. A simple one. We don't have support also for all the fancy stuff, but we have only terminal for now. So the next thing that we can implement is the layouting thing, which they call format. We can make it a function on node. Doesn't even have to be public. We could put all the logic in here for this, which makes total sense, I guess. Okay, let's let us do it then. So how does this work? Function format. Oh, the problem is that format though has a special meaning for us in Zig, and I don't think we want to miss that opportunity. So let's call it layout. I'm gonna call layout what they were calling format, and we'll see how that goes. So this layout takes in a pointer to a node. And then I think diagram should also have its own version of this. Okay. I don't know what's gonna happen in here or in here yet. Oh my god. Okay. So let's see. I'm gonna exit this as well for now. Uh, 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 uh. So this is format on the diagram. Takes in some padding options, which are padding bottom, padding right. They all inherit from padding top. Wait a second. What the fuck is going on here? Padding right is padding top. Padding bottom is padding top. Oh, padding left is the reassigned padding right. And I guess if padding left is not defined and padding right is defined, then okay, it's mindfucky, but I get it. So all these quantities start at 20, I guess. And then this starts building the. So this builds a secondary AST where they append stuff to it. How does that look like for us? Do I just make this a string? G add to self. Right, because this guy is an SVG element. So this guy starts as an SVG element, and then it adds to itself a G element once it's done. Huh. I'm thinking that we should do a writer. I think that for Zig, the way that makes the most sense for this is to have a writer and to split some of these operations, to split the layouting operations from the rendering operations, I think. Okay, so what does layouting a diagram mean then? So we were saying that these sets padding left, padding right, and whatnot. So x is going to be padding left. So x equals 20. D.x equals 20, which maybe should be the default value, but we'll see. So this equals 20. Y equals padding top plus self dot up, which starts at 0. Also, wait a second. Yeah. So this guy has up, down, height, width. Why? Wait, up. Oh, so it does not have X and Y properties. It has up and down properties. And this is the diagram. So wait a second. So here's how it's going to be. So up and down. Oops. Up and down, height and width. Oh, wait a second. Also, I was looking at format, but before we even get to format, there's all the constructor stuff going on. So where I guess layout should be what the constructor here does. Okay. Okay. I think I get it. This is what applies the side effects. And format does some bookkeeping, but these are temporary variables that get passed around to the rendering function. Okay, that totally makes sense. Okay, so this is what we want to implement first. Perfect. So up, down, height, and width. Also to diagram. Sure. Okay, then there's node, there's the layout function. Okay, so the layout function should do that for each item in items, self plus width is item.width. So it means that we need to call layout on each item in it. So for d dot, what is it called? Body. Or we can call it n for node. And actually, there's nothing that we need to do here except n dot layout. So we lay out every element in the body. And actually, no, we call this and then we do the computation. So like this. We do n layout and then we do d dot, what was it? Oh shit, I keep going to the wrong thing. Width plus equals item dot width. There you go. Okay. Then port over also these parts here. D dot up equals at max. D dot up, comma, item n dot up minus d dot height. Are you using a window manager on Mac? No, I'm not. I just have the layout done. I just keep the layout this way manually and I just never touch. D dot height plus equals item dot height, n dot height. D dot down max between d dot down minus pipe n dot height n dot down, d dot down. Wait, no, n dot down. Okay. Okay, and then there's the need space stuff, which we're skipping for now. Okay, so this is it. Then let's implement node.layout, which we have in here. You know what? This is making me think that I want this definition to be above the implementation of node. I think we want diagram layout. I think it makes sense to put it above because this is kind of the entry point. And then that calls into this guy. And you know what? The deserialized stuff in Ziggy, we can leave below, I think. Okay, and here we need to implement the layout for all the possible things that we're in. So I would switch row and implement the specific logic for each one of those. So like terminal has its own logic, which we're about to discover because we need to implement it. So this would be the constructor of terminal. Shit. Class terminal. Writes down title, class, and href I don't support yet. Here's the stuff that we care about. Oh, there's also needs space equals true. So n.width equals len of text. Oh, by the way, we can do better than len of text. Times chart width. Oh shit, there's a global chart width setting. Uh, um, I don't know what this is supposed to be, but we'll see. Plus 20. And len of text is t.len. Okay. N.up equals 11. N.down equals 11. N.needs space equals true. Okay, so we have ported this part. Oh, why do I keep clicking there? God damn it, man. This is done. Let's go back to the diagram. I'm going back to the diagram because it had stuff with needs space. Oh, but it's only looking at the start and end. So never mind. This is not looking at needs space for normal elements. Okay, so this is implemented. Then we need to implement format. So format apparently builds the output, but we don't want that. I think that some of the reason why format exists as a separate thing from write SVG is because of the text version. I think that the text version requires more in different stuff. So yeah. So I think I want at least for now to fuse format and render SVG essentially and write SVG. Yeah, write SVG, all it does is call format if it's not formatted and then call the actual write SVG implementation, which I'm guessing essentially just looks at the buffered segment of SVG stuff and just writes it down. So yeah, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna do a writer. So ironically, this might very well be format. We're not gonna call it that, but layout, and then let's do render SVG. So is this pub function layout? Yeah, pub function layout, then pub function render SVG. And this accepts a writer. And let's see. Oh my god, you keep clicking there. And let's see what that looks like for diagram. So this is where the x and y come into play. the transform stuff. Okay. Maybe I should copy these over. So transform sets transform to translate 5.5 with height and view box. Okay, but we essentially we're already rendering here, so oh no, wait, I get it. Um I get it. We cannot just write immediately. We cannot just immediately flash out to the writer because we need to wait until our children are done with their own layouting and or rather sorry, we need to collect from our children information about the space that they end up occupying. No, no, here's the reason why we don't need this. Width and height. So what we are collecting from our children is width, height, and needs space. And these are all properties that get set by the call to layout. They are not these things are not influenced by um these things are not influenced by a recursive call to format. At least I hope so. Because if format applies side effects to item, then well, fuck. But it shouldn't be the case. Also, we're giving to format item.width, even though format is a method on the item itself. Where? Um, let's look at format for a few of these things, just to get an idea. For example, sequence.format reads some stuff. Please tell me that you do not modify yourself. Yeah, it does not modify itself. Stack, also hopefully the same. Yeah. Okay, you know what? I think I'm convinced enough. Let's look at terminal because that's the one that we're focusing on right now. Format determine gaps. Oops. Calls determine gaps. Creates a couple of paths. Creates a rect with some values from itself. Yeah, it does not modify itself. So the buffering is absolutely not necessary. The buffering can be absolutely avoided. Yeah, we need to collect some of this information in the layout phase, but in this phase it's not necessary. So this means that this algorithm should be able to be restructured into an actual loop to collect values and then print. Oh, but I see the problem. So you kinda would like, I think, to do the loop. Yeah, because the loop is essentially doing both some bookkeeping and also producing paths. Huh. Wait a second. Width and height are self.width and plus some padding value. But this does not depend on X and Y whatsoever. The X and Y work could be, this can be moved because none of these guys depend on that at all. So we actually do know what to write down right away. Never mind. Yeah, never mind. Okay, so we know we can do this. We can do this. We can totally do this. So uh it's gonna be something like try w.print some multi-line values and then the arguments. Okay, so what does this stuff look like? So it's gonna be like svg. You know what? We have here plenty of examples of this stuff. It's gonna be like this. SVG class railroad diagram, then a G element. Okay, so this is the transform translate 5.5 that is um, conditional here. No, transform is fine. Is the equals. So transform is always present. Is the body of this that changes? Like this. Then there's another G, and then there's a path in here. Okay, but this act of adding G's and paths. This is the first G that we see here. Um. Oh, here's the view box. So the view box we also need to compute first. And I guess here we need the for loop. Wait, I have it down here. I don't need to search for it elsewhere. Actually, what am I doing? I don't even need this. I just need to compute this. Oh my fucking god. I don't even need that. Okay, you know what? I don't know what we're gonna do. We're gonna do all the variables one by one because it's easy because it's easy this way. So So viewbox H is up, height, down, padding top, padding bottom. Come on, man. So the padding stuff I'm not yet doing a particularly good job with. Yeah. Okay. I think it's width first and height second. Okay. So we have the initial part. Then we have the loop that adds paths and G elements. Because one thing that I'm not seeing is the thing that adds G elements. Where is it? That we are adding G elements, nested G elements. Because here there is a G element, but this immediately contains another G element. Oh, you know what? I might be looking at this instead. It could be that this is like hard coded elsewhere, and then this is the normal stuff. Okay, let's start copying this and let's see where it gets us. Or rather, let's continue copying this and see where it gets us. So now we need to look at the paths. So we need to generate paths at x and y with a given height. So, okay, for d dot body n. So that means that we don't care about. So this can go here. These guys we don't need up until now, so they can go down here. Okay. Then for each node, if item needs space, creates a path and then increases x by 10. So I guess this is a print. And then we increase this. And this should be something like path. How do paths work? Oh, path is like this. And then it has a D value with God knows what written in there. Oh, shit. I think we need a function that produces paths. I'm guessing having just a dedicated function for it is probably not a bad idea. Something like right path, and you give to it what? X, Y, and then H10. I don't know. Like this. Okay, so this is wrong. That's definitely not what you want to write, but let's assume that that's how it works. Mm-mm. Then we call item.format. Yeah. Then we do n.render svg xy. Why are we giving it its own item.width? I don't understand. It knows, but fine. And then add to G. No, we give it W. I saw you already discussed the blog post, but I have a question just in case you didn't cover it yet. One's article mentioned the complexity of the bugs related to memory. Would there be a way to have those problems at all with to not have those problems at all with the Zig implementation, like now that they use Rust? Um, uh, so as I understand, the core of their complaint is that the problem is that they have some resources that are necessarily subject to dynamic lifetimes. Um, I'm guessing that comes from the fact that it's a JavaScript thing. So JavaScript things have a dynamic lifetime, and thus you need to deal with the dynamic lifetime on your end as well. I'm guessing mainly through reference counting. Um, I guess also the main difference between Zig and Rust is that in Rust there is automated reference counting going on, like, sorry, that the bookkeeping related to the automatic reference counting, sorry, to the reference counting is automated because they have destructors. So when a variable um, is essentially freed, it will also guarantee to decrease its own reference count. And while in Zig, you could more easily forget to put a defer somewhere, thus leaking the memory. I honestly do not know to what degree this is a problem, because um, I can see that being a source of complexity, that is no question. Uh, but whether that is um, so complicated that there really is a lot to gain by switching away from Zig just because of that. I don't know. I think that for Ban is a complex evaluation because they also had a bunch of other very bad practices going on at all at the same time. And essentially, Ban as a code base was a disaster in many ways. So, um, I would say this: I would recommend to not take at face value all the arguments about them having trouble with a specific thing because they were having trouble with a lot of things. And a lot of those things that they were having trouble with were essentially self-inflicted. So that's the thing. That being said, it is fair to say, I think, that a runtime for something that is inherently dynamic kind of makes it harder for you to employ strategies like arena locators and stuff. I suspect that you can probably, depending on how clever you are with it, you can do a lot better and a lot worse. Yeah, but it is for sure something non-trivial. That's fair to say. Just to understand the options, what do you personally do to ensure your apps will not have memory-related bugs? What is your methodology? In my case, one good methodology is to make use of arena allocators. So you don't do individual item allocation and cleanup, but you batch them all together into groups. So instead of having, 1,000 things that you have to worry about separately, they are grouped together and you end up with 3 things that you have to worry about because each thing is a class of items. To give you an example, you're making a web server. Web server is the quintessential example of something that, a non-garbage collected, non-memory safety guaranteed language you would expect to be dangerous. But a web server is absolutely trivial to get right with Zig because what you do is that your request handler accepts an arena locator and all the memory that it uses to reply to a client, to build up a reply to a client, the handler itself just uses that memory, never worries about freeing it, and then once the request is handled and it's flushed out, then you reset the arena, essentially freeing all the things that you allocated on it all at once. That is the key difference between a general purpose allocator and an arena allocator. An arena allocator will free all the things allocated on it when you reset it, when you de-init it, while a general purpose allocator does not have the ability to do that. So that's one way. But for example, this does not map one-to-one necessarily to ban, because if ban is a runtime, it's a generic runtime, right? Where JavaScript stuff is going on, and stuff escapes function boundaries, then once something escapes the stack in a JavaScript, function call, then that value needs to be a reference counted. It's not part of you cannot put it in an arena. Even if you wanted to, you cannot put it in an arena. You have to reference count it. And maybe it's not the JavaScript value itself. I don't know. But it might even be some other resource connected to it that you necessarily have to handle on the ban side of things. Like, I don't know, open file descriptors, stateful stuff. So I'm learning Ziggin and I want to know how to avoid these problems. I don't really care about ban. Oh, okay. Then if you are not ban and if you are not doing a JavaScript runtime, then arenas are a real thing that you can use almost in every project. And that is a trivial solution that cuts down problems with memory management dramatically. Because you literally don't have to worry about freeing. You just reset the arena at the end. So that I highly recommend you look into. A lot of things work that way. I mentioned web servers, right? In a web server, you handle a request, and all the memory that you use to handle a request normally doesn't have to survive the reply. Like after you reply, all the memory that you used in the meantime, you can free because you just used it to write the reply to the client. The client has you have sent it over, and now you can just free everything. In a web server, when stuff needs to be remembered, usually goes into the database or it goes in something like Redis. So normally stuff that needs to persist past a individual request tends to go um, into specialized components of the system. If I build a language server, is it the same? Yes, a language server is the exact same. I've actually written a couple language servers. And so, for example, Super HTML is my HTML language server. And I just ran Super HTML instead of entering the directory. And in here, you can see that here is the same exact concept. I have, for example, let me find a good one. Formatting. The client is requesting formatting. Okay. If they are requesting a formatting, I do the work to compute the formatting. Every time that something needs to be allocated, let me see if we do any allocation in here. Yeah, here we are allocating the formatted version of the document, and we put it in an arena. I'm using a framework called LSP Kit by the creators of ZLS, the Zig language server. It's essentially just the boilerplate done for you. Like you implement the callbacks, and they do all the protocol mambo jumbo. So each one of your handlers has an access to an arena. Every time you use the arena to write the reply, then once this function returns and the data for the reply has been written to the client, the arena is reset by the server. It's not just web stuff. Also, games are similar. When you're making a game, you have a function usually that runs a frame of your game, right? It's one tick of the physics engine, you render another frame, that kind of stuff. That also is cyclical. That also has potentially allocations that you have to make to compute the next tick of the physics or, the next visual frame. But once you have produced it, once you have sent that over to the GPU, every other piece of memory that you have allocated in the meantime, you know that it's not needed anymore, and then you free it all at once. This is not only going to protect you from having to worry about a lot of individual allocations that you might have to free, otherwise they leak, but it is also more efficient. Freeing individual allocations using a general purpose allocator is significantly more computationally heavy than resetting an arena. Resetting an arena is literally changing a subtraction to a number. That is it. More precisely, is setting a number to 0. That's all there is to it. So arenas are not a cope to avoid complexity. Arenas are the superior way of managing memory. It's better for correctness. It's better for performance. It's better for everything. Every single time that you can use it, it is better. And so actually, even if you had the ability to not do arenas, you should do arenas whenever you can. Whenever it makes sense to do so, you should always try to upgrade to an arena style allocator. So in the end, it's not even a matter of, oh man, I wish I could do, I wish I could do all the complicated memory management, but I can't. You never want to do that. Sometimes you have to, but you don't want to do that. You want to avoid it. You want to use arenas. Hopefully that helps give you a better perspective as to why, for example, Zig developers tend to not put I'll rephrase this then. Whenever you can, you should use an arena. So it's not even a matter of Zig developers don't seem to care about the value that the borrow checker gives you because they are, I don't know, bad and evil. But it is also because while yes, it is nice to have the compiler figure the stuff out for you, normally, once you opt into the arena, if you will, quote unquote, mindset, you don't need it. You don't need a borrow checker to help you handling memory that goes into an arena locator. Like you literally do not. Unless you have references escape the arena locator, but then like sure, you can get stuff wrong in a way that you wouldn't be able to get stuff wrong in Rust, but it's nowhere near as dangerous as it would be if there was no system like arena locators. So yeah, here you can see there. Here I allocate memory. There is no free. There is no corresponding free because because I don't care. I don't care about freeing this individual allocation because the arena will be reset at the end. This might not be a particularly compelling example because there's one allocation and well, actually there's two. There's an arena duplication and here there's an arena thing. But there are other functions where there's a lot more going on. I'll try to find one just to show you one. References. References. Here's an arena. Actually, if I go to references, I'm using go to references in the LSP to find references to the arena. So there aren't that many. There's only one. Let me see if I can find another function that has some completion. Okay, come on, completion. There we go. Completion has inside of it two places where the arena allocator is used. HTML completions and then to create these elements. Only two call sites, that's fair, but I think the doc HTML completions which is in here. I think that this guy calls arena more. Oh, it only calls it twice. Man, I've been so good with my memory management that I just don't allocate much. I'm sorry. I cannot even give you a compelling example where, there's like 20 different individual locations. There aren't. I'm just being conservative with them so that this thing runs faster. So, oh well. Okay, now we need to implement render SVG on our node. And we accept node as a constant pointer so that we guarantee that we do not mutate it. Then there's the writer. Then X, Y, and then did we also give H or something like that? No, we just gave this. I wish I could do Zig full time. There are some companies that are writing Zig. Unfortunately, it's not yet mainstream enough that you can, easily find job postings online for writing Zig. Although there have been some, again, not that many, a few here and there, but yeah, it's a bit early. 5 years left before soft retiring, then I'll do what I want. Nice. I mean, if you can do Zig full time, that is not, a random employee-employer relationship where, yeah, you're doing Zig, but you're maybe not doing what you would like to do, or anything like that. And so if you can, on top of that, work on your own projects, yeah, that's sweet. For sure. Okay, render SVG. What does render SVG look like for our boy terminal? That would be format, right? So computes gaps, hook up the two sides of itself. Wait, hook up the two sides if self is narrower than it started with. That part I'm not sure I understand, but okay. So it creates two paths, then it creates a rect, then a text item, x link colon href. Jesus Christ, SVG. What a pain. Oh, and then you can also give it title. Oh, there we go. We found SVG title. We found SVG title. Okay, SVG title. Is the order in which we render these things going to be a problem? I hope not. Okay. So I guess it's kind of like this. Okay, we need to do determine gaps. Float? Where are they float now? Oh shit, an X and Y are floats now? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. And then that returns two floats. Can I do this? I wonder if this is allowed. I don't think it is, but I'll try to I'll try to get Zig to do it anyway. We'll see. So you see, I'm not going insane. So what is going on here? Because we are passing down a width value that for some reason does not match self dot width. Like, what is going on here? This, why are we passing down another width that looking at the code, is in format is the item's own width that should not have been modified. And I'm looking at these like, and maybe you could say then what if this modifies it, but it can't? This has only access to G. G is disconnected from everything else. Either there's some absolutely deplorable global variable that is allowing them to see each other, or otherwise, why are we passing in item width? Or you know what? Maybe one of the other implementations needs it. I feel like I'm going insane. Why are we giving the item its own width? You know what? I'm guessing this might be a oversight. It it has to be an oversight, right? It has to be an oversight. Let's use let's use self dot width twice, and we'll see what happens after that. So this is the gaps, and then right path x y gaps at 0. Right path also w. X plus gaps at 0 plus n dot width, comma y, comma gaps at 1. This should be it. And then there's a rect and a text. Now here's the question. Look, the rect and the text, they don't even need to be inside one another because they can technically be siblings. That works. Actually, maybe that's how you're supposed to do it. I don't even know. So you have to be inside of a G of a group, I guess. But then rect and text go one after the other. That is fine by me. We could have right rect. RX, RY. I don't know what's RX, RY. Is that the thickness? XY width height. Oh, these are also floats now, right? Fuck it. I'll do U size for one more. RX, RY. So that's rect. X, Y. What are the R properties then for width and height? Yeah, what are those RX, RY thingies? Radius on the x-axis. Oh, yeah. Well, then wait, what? Then we should be running. Oh, okay. So I see what's going on. I'm looking at an example of a terminal. I'm not looking at an example. Sorry, of a non-terminal. I need to look at an example of a terminal to find a rect that has these. Yeah, it's just RX or Y. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay. So here's the rect. Did I fuck this up? X plus gaps, I blah 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 with, oh, there we go. Up plus down 10 10. Okay. And then write text. Hello, everybody. Hello, T2SD. Thank you for the raid. Hello, hello, everybody. Welcome. You are, if you stick around, you're going to watch me write I'm porting a railroad diagram library from Python to Zig. Because the author of this library did, in my opinion, a beautiful job in implementing the SVG wrangling logic. But there are some usability improvements that I want to make for myself because I genuinely want to start using this library to make railroad diagrams. I have my own JSON replacement language, right? So how can you be a serious JSON replacement language if you don't have your own railroad diagrams? So the way it started is that I started using this library, I liked it, and now I'm porting it. And funnily enough, the language that you use for defining these diagrams is very nicely representable as a Ziggy document. So I'm using a Ziggy document. I will write down the spec for the railroad diagrams for Ziggy in Ziggy. We're self-hosted essentially. That's as self-hosted as you can get, I think, with a data serialization language. So that's how it is. So that is how it is. And I'm racing to actually get to a point where something at least kind of works. Also, I think the text has to be body full. Also, we might need to escape this text. I don't think we'll be able to put it naked like this. Uh, um, Obviously, but it's okay. It's okay. We can work on that. So so this is the right text. I think there was more to this though. XY. Okay, so far so good. Let's look at the code that was doing this. Yeah, no, it's just X and Y. Um, so this is it. So this is render SVG for the simpler case. That should be it. What do we do next? I think we've implemented it up to here. Then we need to implement this. And then we need to close the SVG after this. If ender needs space, right path. Oh, these are all try calls now that I think about it. Okay, this is literally it. And then we do try w.print. Actually, at this point is write all. Oh, I need to put new lines in the single liner prints. We close SVG. I think we need to close also the group. And that's it. Um, you know what? Let's do it this way. There we go. This looks sweet. Okay, I think the only things that remain is maybe change some USIs to float in case that they end up being floaty for real. Yeah, for each one we call render as VG. If needs space, blah blah blah. This computes the gap. This computes the size of a thingy, which is not particularly optimal, but whatever. And yeah, that is the basics of the library. We're missing some padding stuff that we are not doing, but that is fine. So now we need to set up Ziggy for real in our build script. Yeah, I'll set up everything for real. Beta dependency Ziggy. Then mod equals b.add module railroad and root source file b.path source slash root zig target. There we go. Add Ziggy's module and add Ziggy as a module and define the executable. Name railroad root module equals b.create module root source file equals b.path source slash main.zig, which we have to write. Now, you know what? Actually, target and optimize are not necessary there. They are necessary here, though. And in imports, we add railroad, and then we do const run equals b.step run. Okay, so with this, we have our build script. We have set up the build. We are still missing const main. Import railroad, and I guess in our main function, we want to read the Ziggy file. We want to deserialize it, and then we want to print out the SVG. And what? And then we need to figure out how to look at the SVG, which might have which might require us to have a setup similar to what they were having. So okay, what does it mean? What? Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, we also need Ziggy here. Guess we can do this. Okay. I don't remember what you have to pass to report errors. I just remember it's a bunch of things. I think it's something like this, but there's probably even more. Anyway. So what do we do once we have the diagram? We call diagram.layout. And then we do diagram.render SVG, but where? Developer friendly? Okay, so for render SVG, uh, it's annoying because it doesn't work with SED debug print, for example. So let's add to it a formatter function so that we can do SED debug print. Something like this. Okay, we don't use GPA anywhere. That's fine. Take it out. Okay, I guess it's time to write FNT SVG, and then we try to build it, and we start going through the programming errors, of which there's going to be plenty. I can already tell. Also, this should be const because we don't modify anything. Actually, wait. If I were to call this format, this would already be enough. Because there is nothing that we need that we don't already have. So just out of curiosity, wait, let me just call that format. Then we just pass diagram. For now, it's fine. Okay. Okay, Zig build. Time to go through the pain. No, you're fucking kidding me. That is impossible. Uh, that is impossible. Oh, you know what? We are definitely missing one thing for sure. I forgot. Here, we need to do b.install artifact. Ah, there we go. Okay, now we're talking. Report errors expected 6 arguments found 4. Yeah, I fucking knew it, man. Oh, God. Uh, Meta, GPA, options, path source error writer. GPA options. Path source. Oh, the error writer. Oh, we need the FNT variant of this. What is it? Ew. Incompatible types diagram and void. Fair, this is a fatal. Accessor type root diagram node found const diagram node. Right, these nodes cannot be const. No field name width in diagram node. No field name up in root diagram node. Except F64 found use size. Yeah, there we fucking go. I don't know. What can I do? We are F64ing everything. No. There we go. We'll see what happens now. Error union is ignored. SVG. Expected for arguments found 3 in right path. X, Y, and H. X, Y, and H. X, Y, and H. Oh, missing W. I don't know. What do you want from me, man? Oh, it's because t.lan, isn't it? Well, that fucking sucks. There's a yeah. Nothing in text. Yeah, because this needs to go into a switch, of course. Okay, here I got it wrong. This end dot row. Okay, else program required when switching on enum literal. Oh, so we can do that. Cool. Expected found pointer. Oops. Ziggy options must be of type blah blah blah. Oh. No, wait, this is right. This is not right. There we go. Oh, and when it's float and float, you don't need saturating operations. Wow. What a story. Okay, we build. That was way less painful than I feared. Let's run. Bad arguments. Fair. We need to make a good diagram. One that doesn't have anything problematic in it. Like this. Bad arguments? All right. Oh, no, sorry. It's the other one. But anyway, it's fine. Run, dash, dash, bad arguments. How comes? How comes? Wait, am I not passing diagram to Ziggy to the thing? Unknown field document. Oh, that is fair. Because this is technically a hash map of these guys. Um how do we do this? Well, we make it a hash map. Also main. I think that is fine. Thankfully, I have planned for this type of thing. In main, We don't do this, but we do Ziggy.die dictionary of these guys. Diagrams. And then we do diagrams dot, I guess, values at 0 layout. I think it's on these diagrams dot fields. Holy shit! There we go. Almost the branch tests are running as if there is 1 second slip between next test invocation. I see I had panic in every test, and panic is just that slow. Holy shit! Okay. Well, there we go. We have generated our SVG, which is, I think, partially incomplete. Oh wait, also our paths. We're missing the function that writes meaningful data to our paths. Okay, two final things that we need to figure out. But is this correct then? Yeah, G is okay. SVG seems okay. These numbers seem all reasonable. This one is minus 11. That does not seem reasonable. We'll have to figure out. We'll have to figure this out. What else? Yeah, we're missing the start and finish elements and the path stuff. Okay, the start and finish elements, I think we can hard code because they have. I'm sure that I suspect they're just their weirdo mambo jumbo thingy, and that's just it. I guess this is it. Are they always the same? Oh, this might not be, but it's this. This is the opening one. Do they always have the same values? 21, 2010, 20, 21, 2010, 22, 41, 2010. Never mind. They have some logic attached to them. I guess understandably so. I guess, especially when it comes to the y-axis. God, what are these paths, man? Okay, let's go figure out how paths are supposed to work. And that is from this guy. You are right. It takes commands indeed. So that's how it works. So for example, so that means that X and Y are essentially mandatory, but then you have M, L, H, and then V. These other ones, why are getters interspersed with these other values? Shouldn't this be above? I don't know. There's arc 8. Holy shit. And then there's escape utter sorted. I guess they're being sorted in order to do snapshot testing, or in any case yeah, to not introduce unreliability for no reason. Hmm. Wii U. Um, I think that the way it works is that we have we give a third parameter. So we do x and y, and then whatever the other thing is. I guess we should look at path invocations. When a path is invoked, do many of these get chained together? I would assume so, because this is a fluent interface. So they probably get chained together. But I guess the next question is, do they are there like duplicates? Do you do L twice? Do you do H twice in one invocation? Maybe not in a row, but do you do that kind of stuff? Because if you do, then it means that the parameter needs to be it's a list of these directives. You can change as many as you like. Yeah, but do they also contain duplicates? So I assume that the answer is that yes, they contain duplicates, and I guess they make the line go different directions. If that is the case, then let's go model this in root. Then right path needs to be more complicated. Um, so path command, path CMD, and it is a tagged union. And I guess we now have to worry about the cases, right? I guess for now we can implement H because I think it's the only one that we use. So let's implement H. What does H take as an argument? Just the value. It's just a float. Okay. Then right path. Oh no, actually wait, this is more complicated because X and Y we want to do always, right? So I think it's X equals Y equals but then everything else is parameterized. So instead of accepting H, we accept a list slice of path CMD. What does H print? H and then the value no space. Oh wait, this is just a write all. So there we go. Now we need to go to where we were doing right path and change it. You probably need quotes around the X and Y values. Thank you. So this is it. And you know what? We're gonna do the opposite for the other one. So this is gaps 1. Okay, hopefully I did not fuck this up. Uh, who is he build? Oh, they right. Constness, of course. Okay, let's see. X0, H10. Although wait, X and Y don't work that way, right? It's M X space Y. Uppercase M X space Y. Of course. Why why does this not work? What the fuck is this? Wait. Oh, I know what's going on. It's me. It's in the build script. That's a new change in Zig that I forgot about. Um, mm, 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 mm. It's pass through something. Pass through args. There we go. Uh, these paths should have a new line at the end. So there we go. H0 should be written in the attribute. Oh no. Let me double check. Oh yes, you're right. So it's D equals quote and then all the thingies. Thank you. Delightful. Absolutely delightful. So D equals this, D equals that. Okay, we should have some of that going on. We are missing the start and end things, but I don't know. We can try to open this already and see how it looks. We should error line 6 after value colon equal sign or quote expected line 6. My rect. What happened to my rect? Oh, you really need quotes around values? Is that it? Okay. Good thing that I don't have to go insane with escapes. Okay, there's something. I see a banana text. I don't see anything else. I find some of these numbers suspicious. I think they are kind of incorrect. It might have to do with the fact that there is no padding that I have. There's some padding that the original has that I'm missing. M needs a space before the next number. No. Here it does not. Oh, wait. Are you saying that... well, actually, I can look at my thingy. Oh, no, you're right. There is no space here. But wait. Is this a problem? Is this meant to not be there, to not have a space? Or what? Is it? No? Okay, sorry. I'm not sure. Not a problem. Okay. Thank fucking God. Okay, so this is good. Although the output of what we did does not look particularly good visually. There's three paths here. A rect, a banana, and a final path. Where are all these paths? Oh, visual debugging. Thank you. Oh, Schlurpy. Path. Wait, how do I do the full thing? No, I don't just want the SVG path. I want the full SVG. Damn. I guess that could help with the individual paths, but these are so simple. Okay, so I can do this. This does not seem to have achieved much. Okay, this tool seems very cool. I suspect this might not be what we need though, in this case. Just the contents, okay. Oops. Okay. So we have one short segment here, one super short segment here. I'm guessing maybe this is the 0, 0 thing. I don't know. Path needs a closing tag. I mean, I am self-closing it, so it should be fine. H0 means it has no length. Okay, so you're saying that these guys, the fact that these guys are 0 is suspicious. Frankly, I don't know if the original thing would do it differently or not. Okay, here's what we can do. Let's introduce the padding that we were originally supposed to add that we didn't add. So this is all, I think all the paddings are like 2020, right? Plus 20, plus 20. And this is plus 20, plus 20 or something like this. Let's see if that helps. They did not change these paths in the list. I think I might have borked some of the algorithm. Maybe. Did I compute layout wrong? Oh, I see. Well, let's see how well that goes. Well, there is something in here. Well, maybe not if you have a good one. I mean, even setting aside the bugs, what I have right here is not nothing particularly good, to be fair. Um, so there is something, but I'm thinking. Oh, you know what? I'm actually starting to think that it makes sense that something is zero. You know, because I think that I did the left thing. Wait. Stop. Everybody stop. I set one of the configurable defaults to left. And I bet you that if I set it to center. Oh shit, no, never mind. I set it to center. So womp. Never mind. Uh yeah, I might try to push this as a temporary, like in its broken state, and call it a day for now. There's probably something dumb that I did in the porting process, and I failed to account for it somehow. Well, it's online. It's a repository called Railroad. There's what I have so far. There's no README. We'll see. So and the original project is this one. I should probably link it somewhere in the README. .zig. Oh wait, it's there we go. Okay. What is the Ziggy input? The Ziggy input is, I committed it as well, is this diagram here, diagram.ziggy. It's just a tiny diagram that only has a terminal banana element in it. So, yeah, I'm gonna stop here. I'll see you all next stream. Do we want? So we want this output diagram terminal banana? Yes, exactly. That's essentially what I'm going for right now because I don't have anything else. We are missing the start and end paths. There should be a box around the banana text. Also, to be fair, we're totally, there is one serious problem, which is we were trying to look at the SVG without any styling. The original project has styling for the CSS, for the SVG, and I think that makes a ton of a difference. So, for example, here, unfortunately, this thing is, why is this all the way up here? I don't get it. Oh, but apparently there is banana in there. So there is a CSS style for it that the original project has. The translate, really? But it's so like it shouldn't make this much of a difference. Yeah, you see, it should be something small, right? SVG margin top 50. Yeah. Oops. It's so bored. It is so bored. There's you can see the banana text in there somewhere. Anyway, super bored. Uh, so it's fine. I'll look into it next. Like maybe next stream, something like this. Okay, thank you all for hanging out. I hope you had a good time. Let me see if anybody's doing Zig. I'll do a raid. Otherwise, I am calling it a day. I'll send you all to Lumor Sunil. Enjoy some more Zig development work. There's Tiger Beetle. No, I don't think there's Tiger Beetle. Yeah, everybody, have a nice day. See you all next time.